9:30, and I'll call the meeting to order. And the first item of business is adoption of the agenda. Deputy Warden Martin.
Thank you, Warden Ryan. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Peterson. Resolved that the agenda be approved as amended by adding correspondence from Warden Marcus Ryan as item 7.1 and changing the order of business by moving closed session item 13.1 in consideration of matters arising from closed session item 14.1 following item 8.2.1.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Having adopted the agenda, are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest and the general, excuse me, and the general nature thereof? Councillor Gilvazy.
I, Deb Gilvazy, declare pecuniary interest related to items 8.21 in open and 14.1 in closed on the open and closed meeting agenda of today because of the following reasons. My mother-in-law is a resident of Woodingford, Tillsonburg.
Are there any other disclosures of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? Not seeing any. Item 4, adoption of the council minutes of the previous meeting. Councillor Peterson.
Thank you, Warden. Moved by Peterson, second by Councillor Mayberry. Resolved that council minutes of January 14, 2026 be adopted.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Public meetings and a resolution to go into public meeting. Councillor Mayberry.
Thank you, Warden. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Petrie. Resolved that the council rise and go into public meeting pursuant to the Planning Act and the Warden chair the public meeting.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And I will turn it over to Director Michaels.
Thank you, Warden. And my apologies for the voice today. You'll have to bear with me on it. I'll try to be as loud as possible. Excuse me. The OPA before council today is to designate a 0.53 hectare portion of a former school site in Tillsonburg, the former Elliott Fairburn school site, to a special medium density designation. And the purpose would be to permit the development of 4-story, 47-unit apartment building, which would include affordable housing units. The lands are located on the south side of Earl Street between Cedar Street and Pine Ave in the town. The wrong one is up. This is the, wrong plate. Just 1 second, please. No, the other one. Sorry, I want to make sure you have the right visuals for that report. Oh, that's the same one. Oh, still the same. All right, well, I'll continue without the visuals. The area of this property to be redesignated is the central portion of a larger site that is owned by the town. The northerly portion of that site still contains the former school building, which is used as an OPP training facility, and the southern portion of the site contains a woodland. So it's the central grass portion of the site that's proposed to be redesignated for the proposed apartment building. Surrounding uses consist primarily of low-density residential to the north, east, and west, and then industrial uses further to the south. The development itself would exceed the top end of the medium density designation in terms of the net residential density. However, staff are satisfied that that's appropriate in this case, as the proposed building itself, the height and the built form, being a low-rise apartment, are very consistent with what's permitted in the medium density designation. So it really comes down to just the density number itself. And in this case, the increased density will facilitate the inclusion of as many affordable housing units as possible on the property and facilitate the preservation of that woodland. As well, the site itself would meet all of the requirements of the medium-density zone with the exception of the lot area per unit. So from a site function standpoint, the additional density is able to be accommodated. Further, the services in terms of road infrastructure and water, wastewater have been confirmed by staff and through study to be adequate for the site. I would also mention that new medium-density sites do typically require access to a collector or arterial road. However, again, in this case, staff are satisfied the proposed access to Cedar Street, which is a local road, is appropriate, and the OP policies do allow council to consider reduced infrastructure requirements for the inclusion or provision of affordable housing, which is the case here. As well, the traffic impact study has shown minimal impacts on Cedar Street in terms of increased traffic, and the former school use on the property probably generated as much or more traffic as the proposed development. A number of technical studies were submitted in support of this application, from an environmental impact study to a traffic impact study, a planning justification report and a servicing report. The recommendations of findings of those have been included in either the site design or will be further considered through the site plan approval process. The environmental impact study did confirm that the woodland to the south of the property, south of the site to be redesignated, I should say, will not be negatively impacted by this development. I would mention, though, there is a small strip of environmental protection designation that is currently on the lands to be redesignated as medium density, but there's no environmental features there, so it's really a technical amendment just to recognize that that is not part of the woodland and will be designated medium density to facilitate this development. In terms of the traffic impact study, town staff and their traffic master plan consultant did review the TIS work, and in particular the impacts on the Cedar Street and Simcoe Street intersection, and concluded that the traffic could be accommodated without upgrades on Cedar Street, and that it would not further impact sort of the function of the intersection at Simcoe Street and Cedar. So they did not have any concerns with the findings from that study. The site design details, which will include servicing, grading, access parking, fencing and screening, all of those kind of more detailed build-outs of the site and design of the site will be further assessed through the site plan approval process, which will be subsequent to this. In terms of town council's position, they originally considered this application at their October 14th meeting, deferred it to allow for more investigation of the intersection concerns at Simcoe and Cedar, and to let their traffic master plan consultant look at those impacts. And again, it was confirmed that there were no concerns. So they subsequently approved the application at their November 10th, 2025 meeting. A number of concerns were expressed by neighbors with respect to a range of issues, from density, removal of parkland, play areas, traffic and safety, concentration of community housing in that area. But staff are of the opinion that these concerns are or will be adequately addressed through both the site design, the supporting studies, and then the follow-up site plan approval process. So in summary, we are recommending approval of this official plan amendment as it is appropriate development of the subject lands and is consistent with the appropriate policies of the PPS and the official plan with respect to both the provision of additional housing choice in a fully serviced settlement area and in particular affordable housing. If there have any questions, I'm here as well as the author of the report, Amy Hartley.
Any questions from council for the planner on the report? Councillor Mayberry.
Just one quick one. I'm just curious, how many affordable units are we looking at in this 47 apartments?
Maybe I'll refer that question to Director Smith.
Thank you. Through the warden, we are partnering with the town of Tillsonburg on this one. We're issuing the RFP early next week. We are hoping to see at least 50%, but we're actually looking at doing something a little bit different here, and we're asking proponents to maybe submit proposals that would look at some affordable ownership units. So we have to wait to see what proposals we receive through that process, and then we would determine how many units can be supported.
Any other questions from council for the planner on the report? Not seeing any. Is the applicant here, and do they wish to speak to their application?
Good afternoon, Warden Mayberry. My name is Cephas Pancho. Can you hear me?
Good morning, Cephas.
Oh, yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
This is David talking.
Yep, no, thank you. Yes, on behalf of the town, I've been working with actually with the Affordable Attainable Housing Committee, of which a member, Mayor Gilvesi, is part of as well. And this committee has been working with the town staff over the past number of years to bring this project to bear. And there's been a lot of work done, a lot of options investigated. I'd like to thank Rebecca Smith for her work and her support in this regard, and the team there. I know that we're really excited to potentially be moving forward with this and to bring more I guess, apartment and potentially ownership options to the town of Tillsonburg in partnership with the county. So thank you very much. Certainly, if there's any questions, I'll be willing to take them. But again, looking forward to move forward and create more opportunities for residents to live in Tillsonburg. Thank you.
Questions for the applicant from council? Not seeing any, thank you. Oh, sorry. Nope. Councillor Gilvesi has a question for you, of all people.
Thank you. Through you, Warden, Cephas, maybe just to let council know, like, what really, like, type of market is this housing identified to help?
Yes, thanks, Member Gilvesi, for the question. Certainly, I can add a little bit more detail to that. So, again, I think that we are aware that there's a fair number of apartment dwellings coming to Tillsonburg. So we shifted gears with the Affordable and Attainable Housing Committee to start looking at the ownership option. We did, through the county's Department of Housing, look at the ownership and did an expression of interest. So we think there is some solid market interest out there for affordable ownership options. But to get to the nut of your question, I guess, we're really looking to provide these affordable units for young workers, single parents or with family, and or families as the young families themselves. So really trying to find that entry level of ownership into the Tillsonburg market. So that's our goal, is to kind of provide and target those segments, and that'll be a key part of the decision making as we move forward in partnership with the County Housing Department. Thank you.
Any other questions? Not seeing any. Are there any members of the public, either here in person or virtually, who wish to speak to the application? I'll ask you to come up, and the microphone is on there and ready for you. And when you're done, there's a sign-in sheet at the media desk there.
Thank you, Warden. My name is Lori Van Opstel. I'm a resident of the area, a couple houses down from this subject property, and I am here with a number of my neighbors that could make it on a work day to come out to this meeting, and just wanted to highlight a few of our concerns so that council can be mindful of them as you move forward. Please. Thank you. I did include a list of my concerns, but I wanted to draw them to your attention now that we've had a little bit more information from the consultant and from town council. The proposal is for 47 units on 0.54 hectares. That's the equivalent of 87 units per hectare. This is well above the official plan's medium density range of 31 to 62. So it's way beyond medium density. Really, you should be calling it high density if that's what you are trying to do. In the community planning report included in today's agenda, it's actually following this item in your package. The consultant notes that low density includes single detached and semi-detached households, medium density includes townhouses and apartments in duplexes. High density includes bachelor one-bedroom, two-bedroom plus apartments and secondary suites. So they specifically tell us what density means. And by calling this medium density when it's really not medium density, that's misleading, for one. The other thing is this site is, it relies entirely on local roads with no sidewalks instead of collectors and arterial roads. And the consultant said, yes, we've considered that. Well, considering that and just ignoring it are are two different things. So if you go ahead with this, you would be setting a precedent for ignoring key policy safeguards meant to protect residential areas. This is a very small community area, low density, all small houses, little tiny lots, no sidewalks, limited lighting, and then you're going to pop an apartment building in there. Probably not the best choice. My second concern is traffic and safety deficiencies. I was the chair of the Fleet Safety Council of Ontario for 12 years, and my focus was fleet safety and basically road safety in Ontario and beyond. The traffic impact study that was done underestimated the traffic of an additional 47 units and also ignored the cumulative development that we've had off of Simcoe and Potters Road, the Harvest area, because that's also not only increased traffic, but it is increasing traffic as more and more of those units come online. And the original traffic study found that the Cedar and Simcoe intersection already operates at an F. The scale is A to F, with F being the lowest. They don't say it's a fail, but it's the lowest you can get. So while it is true that even if you make it worse, that's the lowest you can go, this doesn't make any sense. It's ridiculous to add fuel to a fire. That's not right. The proper evaluation of the safety of that intersection is not just the time that a driver must wait. And this is what council put back to their traffic consultant to ask them what would be the safety concerns. And they focus simply on convenience. A driver's going to have to wait an extra minute to turn left. It's not just the time they have to wait. Because the left turn lane is set back from the intersection and there's often signs or tall vehicles that are parked at the strip mall, blocking the sight lines, drivers end up creeping into the intersection to see oncoming traffic, and then they turn quickly onto the left lane. Anyone that's lived in Tillsonburg that's driven in that area knows that this is a particularly bad intersection. This causes the traffic heading downhill on Simcoe to take evasive action. I would bet every third time I turn onto that street, there's some type of people slowing down or having to move over. A girlfriend of mine was visiting from Michigan, and we went out to dinner, and so we were turning left onto Simcoe. And she said, somebody's going to get killed here. And we're going to add 47 more units, plus all the additional units coming on behind McDonald's. That's a disaster waiting to happen. And especially when you consider that what CFA said, the focus is on young workers and families. There's been no analysis of pedestrian safety or school route traffic in this family-oriented area. So if our focus is to add young working people and families, we're increasing that density, we're removing their only green space. So the athletic field where people walk their dogs, we're going to take that space away. We're going to force people to walk their dogs and their children on the roadway that is already an F. Bad idea, real bad idea. So I'm deeply concerned also that both the town council and perhaps county council hasn't really contemplated what it's going to take to address this. When the traffic studies consultant says, well, it's not a problem, it's not going to get any worse. Well, it's so bad already. What worse looks like is someone gets killed. So we don't want that to happen. And so what would we have to do to fix it? Would we put more lighting? Would we put sidewalks? Would we change the road structure? How would we make it safer? We haven't contemplated that, and we have no idea what that's going to cost, and if that will impact the viability of this potential project. It's noble to offer the supportive housing, and we want to see that. We're just afraid that if we take this step, we can't come back from it. So we thought about, like, there's a little tiny play area, and the consultant, I think it was Brad that spoke first on this issue. He had said that the environmentally protected area is a small strip. Well, if you look on the illustration, it's actually about a third of the whole site. It's not a small strip. And so if you take out the school portion of the building, there's green space in between and a woodlot. So if we pave over all the green space and put an apartment building and scooch the apartment building right up to the woodlot, then you'll have the ability to pack in 47 units. And you've gotten rid of all the green space. So you have an opportunity to preserve that green space, perhaps enlarge. There's a little park that's there. So you've already got families that are using it. Still use the property, just don't put that level of density into it. So my suggestion was that we ensure long-term protection of the property by taking the play area and the green space and rezoning it as active open space, and then take the woodlot, and instead of taking the property, which I think is just madness, we're going to take the part of the property where this apartment building is going to be that has the woodlot that is environmentally protected, and we're going to change that to medium density. That just defies understanding. I had a note here about overconcentration of community housing, just because a number of residents in the area have mentioned that the community housing in the area is not very well taken care of. And they were concerned that if there was more community housing brought in, who's to say it's going to be well taken care of? And we are concerned about that. I know one gentleman came to a Tillsonburg town meeting and mentioned the rat problem in the community housing. And it is an issue. So maybe we could prioritize improving the stock that we already have and making it more livable and comfortable before we go wild and build an apartment building. Lastly, I wanted to present an alternative that the county could consider that would provide that affordable home ownership that we could actually build, that would fit the site. It would be ground-oriented townhomes that would fit the medium density definition. It could be affordable home ownership, and CFIUS had mentioned in an article that this one is unique because it's affordable home ownership. People want to buy these townhouses, and Habitat for Humanity is building these type of houses all over. I've already talked to one of their board members for Ontario, and this is exactly the kind of site they'd like to build. So if we were to do something that was more appropriate with townhouse-type units, I think it would have a chance of adding to the community rather than being a blight on the community. And then we could expand and link the park to the woodlot, and then perhaps put a pedestrian-first access on Earl, so we're not forcing so many additional cars onto Earl Street that's causing extra stress on that intersection. So, my information was included in your package. I hope you'll consider it.
Thank you.
Any
Questions from
questions?
council? Not seeing any, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other members of the public, either here in person or virtually, who wish to speak to the application? All right, then we are going to, just so the public understands, we're going to move on to hear another application, and then we will come out of the public meeting, and then we will hear motions to deal with the applications. Procedurally, that's what just has to happen. So we're not moving on without dealing with this, we're just pausing dealing with it. Director Michaels, 5.1.2, application for draft plan of condominium.
Okay. What's that? Yeah, maybe. What are you logging in as? I didn't know if they were able to log in remotely. I was just going to give them time, but. Like, physically, they can't do it remotely. I'll take whatever you got. What flavor we got? I know. Oh, this is enough. I need something a little stronger. There we go. See? Someone's doing it remotely. You're getting there, yeah. Since I proceeded without plates in the first one, I was ready to mess it through. Okay. Looks like they got it. Like a ramp.
We'll call the meeting back to order from break with technical difficulties resolved and turn it back over to Director Michaels.
Okay, thank you, Warden. This application is an application for a draft plan of condominium. It's proposing to develop an existing vacant 0.6 hectare medium density designated parcel in the village of Drumbo for a standard condominium development of 17 townhouse units. The lands are located on the west side of Henry Street, north of Drumbo Park. Surrounding uses include low-density development for the most part, single detached dwellings to the north and east, and Drumbo Park is located to the south, a municipal stormwater management facility to the west. Just to show the site design. The proposed townhouse units are going to be a single-story bungalow-style unit and will be served by an internal road that will connect the development to Henry Street, which is a municipal road. Each unit will have 2 parking spaces, one in the garage and one in the driveway. And there'll be 11 additional shared spaces for the use of both residents and visitors. So they're providing well beyond what the minimum parking requirements are in the zoning bylaw. There is an associated zoning and bylaw amendment that's been submitted for the site. It's recognizing some deficiencies in yard setbacks, which are really just a technical matter, as well as the maximum frontage of a unit that is driveway to accommodate the parking spaces. A number of technical studies have been submitted in support of the development, and those include a planning justification report, functional servicing report, and stormwater management, and an archaeological assessment. And those have all been addressed through either the site design or the draft approval conditions. Town Council has considered the applications locally, or Township Council rather, and recommended support of the condo development and approved in principle the zoning at that meeting. A number of residents were in attendance at the meeting to express concerns, and those ranged from traffic, parking, privacy, loss of vegetation, and density matters. Staff's opinion on those, again, is that they can be addressed through the site design and the draft plan conditions. And I would add that in this case, like the townhouse development is really a low-density housing form. It's in a medium-density designation, and it's slightly into the medium-density, but the townhouses themselves are considered generally a low-density housing form, but they can also be permitted in medium density. So a number of measures have also been proposed by the proponents to address concerns, and those include, as I mentioned, the exceedance in parking spaces to make sure there's no pressure on on-street parking, that it can be accommodated on site. They're maintaining 7.5 meter yard setbacks along the northerly and southerly property line, which is in keeping with what a low-density development would provide for a rear yard setback. They're maintaining existing large trees along the northerly lot line to provide that kind of screening and buffering from existing development, and we'll be planting additional trees as part of the development proposal, and those are shown in attachment 5 to the report. There'll also be cost sharing with the township on netting for the ball diamonds to the south, just to make sure no errant balls can kind of migrate into the property. Wood fencing along the southerly property line as well, just to block headlights from parked cars on the ball diamond facilities, and hopefully mitigate any negative impacts from that on the use of those facilities. And they've also committed to undertaking a safety study to examine auto and pedestrian flow in the area. So taking that all into consideration, it's the opinion of planning staff that the development is appropriate and can be supported, as it's in keeping with the official plan policies and the PPS policies related to such development. And we're recommending approval of the draft plan subject to the proposed conditions.
Questions from council for the planner on the report? Not seeing any. Is the applicant here, and do they wish to speak to their application?
Good morning, Council. I'm Scott Patterson from Patterson Planning Consultants, here on behalf of the property owner this morning. Just here in full support of the staff report and recommendation, and would like to thank Mr. Robson for his efforts on this project to date. If there's any questions from Council, I'd be happy to address them.
Thank you. Questions for the applicant from council? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Are there any members of the public, either here in person or virtually, who wish to speak to the application? Not seeing any. Resolution to adjourn the public meeting, Councillor Petrie.
Thank you, Warden. Through you, moved by myself, second by Councillor Gavesi, resolved that Council adjourn the public meeting and reconvene as Oxford County Council with the Warden as the chair.
Warden Ryan, not Warden Mayberry, right? Just checking.
It's hard to tell sometimes. It kind of looks the same.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. 5.3, consideration of report CP 2026-23. Councillor Gilvazy.
Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Peterson. Resolved that the recommendations contain a report CP 2026-23 titled Application of Official Plan Amendment OP 24027 Town of Tillsonburg be adopted.
Councillor Gilvazy is the mover. Do you wish to speak to that?
Yes, I was wondering if I could ask for a clarification from
Absolutely.
Rebecca. Thank you. Through you, Warden. There's maybe a bit of a misconception that this is going to be a county community housing project. So I was wondering if you could just clarify that.
Through the warden to Councillor Gilvazy. So this will be a project that we're actually incentivizing a developer or a nonprofit to construct affordable housing units. In these type of situations, the county basically enters into an agreement with a proponent for a period of about 25 years to ensure that those units remain affordable for that period of time. So we certainly will not be owning it as the county, but we will have securities in place to ensure it remains as affordable housing.
Thank you. I have no further comments.
Could I just follow up on that?
Yeah.
And just to further clarify, so the units would be extremely, if not exactly the same as the market rate units, but they would be affordable.
Correct.
Thank you. Anything? And the seconder was Councillor Peterson. Do you have any other discussion? Councillor Peterson.
Thank you much, Warren, through you. I'll be supporting this. I think that, well, there may be some issues, as there is with any development. I certainly applaud the town of Ingersoll, I applaud the town of Ingersoll all the time, but town of Tillsonburg for taking a very innovative stance to try to address a specific need. And while there's always difficulties with change, I think that certainly any issue can be addressed, given that the developer is the town. They have options to fix other issues that arise, especially through the process. But I think that it might not necessarily meet the exact definitions of medium density, as with any planning application, unless it meets the exact requirements. It's all been has been evaluated and within the realm of responsible development, and so I feel confident in that. It certainly will be a change, but I think it's when you're ever trying to do something innovative, there's things that are going to be different than what's before. So again, I do applaud the town of Tillsonburg and all the work that they've put in there to try to do something different to address needs in the community. And certainly it's probably one of the highest percentages of affordable housing options in a development that we've seen in my time on council. Usually it's much lower. So I think that's again a bow for the town of Tillsonburg to try to get that percentage up there.
Anyone else? Councillor Accioni.
Thank you. Through you, Warden. I also applaud the town of Tillsonburg. I will be supporting this. I think we do need density. We have to look at things far better. We need density, especially in our urban areas. We got to look at pieces of property that are suitable. Trust staff for site plan approvals that they'll look and address it. Everything from traffic to all concerns will be addressed that way. And I think it's really important that we stick to the goal of 100% housed here in Oxford County, and I applaud Rebecca and her staff for looking at ways to use a site like this that to be as affordable as possible. So, thank you.
Anyone else? This is a great application, and I really want to echo Councillor Petrie's comments about applauding both the town of Ingersoll and the town of Tillsonburg, but in this case specifically the town of Tillsonburg, because I think this is courageous, and I think, you know, while the delegation that we heard raised some real concerns, like those are real concerns. I get it; those things are true, but I always weigh that against the fact that there are people in Oxford and specifically in Tillsonburg who are, you know, in the cold warning that we've just had over the last 2 weeks, sleeping under tarps, sleeping in tents, sleeping in the vestibules of banks. And what do we do about that? Now, to be clear, somebody sleeping under a tarp beside the library in Tillsonburg is not going to move into one of these affordable housing units. But as we all know, there is a continuum of housing. And if we don't make room in that continuum at one point, then we can't move anybody through that continuum. We can't make room for somebody in an emergency shelter if we can't move somebody out of that emergency shelter. So I think the town of Tillsonburg is weighing and Oxford County is weighing the pros and cons of this and willing to do different things. Again, if we keep doing the same things the same way that we always have, we will keep having the same problem. And right now what we're experiencing, and I was at a town at Tillsonburg Council meeting the other night, we were talking about community safety well-being and in particular homelessness. And how do we do anything about this? Because our homelessness numbers, despite our increased investment, is about the same as it was at the beginning of this term of council. Unless we're willing to do courageous different things like this and push the envelope of what can be made to work, we will have those same problems over and over and over again. So very supportive of this application. I think it's trying new things and it's trying them in the right way. It's assessing the risks and choosing to challenge them and try and resolve them, and very supportive of the application. Anyone else before I call the question? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 5.4, consideration of report CP 2026-25. Councillor Peterson.
Thank you, Warden. Moved by Peterson, second by Councillor Tate. Resolved that recommendation contained in report CP 2026-25 titled Application for Draft Plan of Condominium CD 24-06-1-2825085 Ontario Incorporated be adopted.
As the mover, do you wish to speak to that?
Yeah, thank you, Warden. When this came to our council as well, I think the biggest thing is problem, a lot of people don't like change. But I look at this as our first condominium in our township, and there's so many residents that they want to stay in their home village, but they don't have a place, and they get to that point where, you know, they're getting close to some sort of assisted living, and they're not ready for long-term care, but they just want to stay in their village, and this is a perfect site. My wife has already told me that we're probably 15 to 20 years from going into a place like this, so I think it's a perfect place for our village, and I'm actually looking forward to get it done and underway. Thank you.
Councillor Tate is the seconder. Any other discussion? Councillor Schaefer.
Thank you, Warden, through you. I can echo Councillor Peterson's comments. We have a similar project in Tavistock that was put in a few years ago and really well received, really fills a need in the smaller villages, so I'll certainly be supporting this application.
Anyone else? In the village of Temsford, there's been one very similar to this for, I don't know, 20-something, maybe longer years. Brand new one just built, and I think fully occupied now, if not fully, very close. Very popular with exactly the demographic you're talking about, which is, frankly, again, in the context of a housing continuum, people who are overhoused, you know, and making housing space available by moving into other forms and staying in their home community. So very supportive of this application. Anyone else before I call the question? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. No delegations, presentations, and consideration thereof. 7, correspondence, consideration of correspondence. Councillor Mayberry.
Thank you, Warden. Moved by myself, seconded by Deputy Warden Martin. Resolved that the correspondence item 7.1 be received, and further that Oxford County Council accepts the resignation of Warden Marcus Ryan from the Southwestern Public Health Board, and further that Oxford County Council endorses Jim Palmer to be appointed to the Board of Southwestern Public Health for the balance of this term of council.
As the mover, do you wish to speak to that?
Just thank Councillor Palmer for being willing.
Councillor Martin is the seconder.
I do, thank you. I just want to thank you, Warden Ryan, for serving on the Board of Southwestern Public Health for the last couple of years. You've always brought thoughtful questions. You have encouraged us to think and be progressive in our thinking and to move the needle on the outcomes of public health in our community. And I want to thank Councillor Palmer for your willingness to step up. I think we have 6 meetings left in this term of council, so there will be lots to learn, but I very much appreciate your willingness to serve in this way and look forward to having you on the board.
Anyone else? I want to thank Council for having appointed me in the first place, and I want to thank Council for, frankly, accepting my resignation. I think I made clear in the letter that I sent that there were specific reasons for doing it. It's not that I'm not interested anymore and don't care. Far from it. Yeah, so I meant what I said in the letter, and I will, and I have sent the same to the Southwestern Board of Public Health staff. And I also want to thank Councillor Palmer for being willing to step up and serve on the board. I think that you will enjoy it. It's a very satisfying board to be on. Lots of data and analysis and metrics, which is very satisfying for me and hopefully for you as well. Any other discussion before I call the question? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. 8, reports from departments. 8.1, community planning. 8.1.1, CP 2026-08, updates to county and area municipal growth forecasts and land needs assessment. And I believe this is going to be Senior Policy Planner Megan House presenting.
I think the mic's off, I think.
Okay, sorry. I'll start right at the start. The staff report in your agenda package provides an overview of the findings of the study to update county population, household, and employment growth forecasts for a 40-year forecast period. So that's 2021 to 2061, as well as an assessment of the land needed to accommodate that forecasted growth. So the study commenced in 2024 and was undertaken by Watson & Associates Economists Limited in association with Dillon Consulting. The project involved extensive consultation with area municipalities, the development industry, and other interested parties, as well as sharing information with the public via Speak Up Oxford. So the consultation we undertook and comments we received are summarized in the staff report. Many comments just required some clarification from staff or the consultant, and were noted for future processes. But we also made a few adjustments where appropriate, and these are outlined in the report. Since writing a report, we received correspondence from a party whose submission is included as attachment 3, and they're requesting that council defer making a decision on the report recommendations so that they have more time to review the Watson response to their submission, so that's attachment 4. We also received a submission from a consultant on behalf of a landowner, they're just wishing to be involved in the subsequent study regarding rural industrial uses, and we've noted this for later follow-up. So planning staff are recommending that the updated growth forecasts and allocation of growth between the area municipalities be adopted, and that the land needs assessment be used to inform future settlement area boundary reviews and secondary planning. And the intent is the final Watson report would be circulated to area municipal councils for their information and reference. And if adopted, the final study would also be posted on the county's website for the public to use. So Jamie Cook from Watson & Associates will be presenting the study findings for your consideration today, and we will both be available if you have any questions following the presentation. I'll leave that on.
Thanks, Megan. Good morning, Mr. Warden, members of council. It's a real pleasure to be able to speak to you today regarding the findings of our land needs assessment and growth analysis study. So I'm going to walk you through this presentation to walk you through this extensive report, hopefully in about 15 or 20 minutes, and feel free to stop me as I go. Just in terms of getting these slides to work. Page down. There we go. Okay, so in terms of introduction, Megan did lay out that we were retained by the county, and we've been working in consultation with Dillon Consulting to undertake the study. The study started off with a detailed countywide growth analysis study looking over the long-term trends for population, housing, and employment growth to the year 2061, as Megan identified. Through that work, we also then carried out a growth allocation by each of the area municipalities. That was then broken down further by settlement area and by urban and rural growth within each of the settlement areas. We also looked at potential growth for intensification as well as greenfield development within each of the settlement areas to conduct our land needs analysis. The analysis extends over a 20 to 30-year time horizon in accordance with the provincial policy framework, which I'll speak to. We also provided significant response and direction with respect to official plan policy direction, building on the technical findings of our work. So just with respect to the provincial policy context, I wanted to just provide you a bit of a brief overview here. Back in October of 2024, the province consolidated the two key planning documents in the province, one being the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe and the provincial policy statement, into one consolidated document. Essentially, the approach there is to provide a more prescriptive and less less prescriptive and more outcome-based approach to growth projections and also more broadly growth management and planning across Ontario. And so there's really three key things I want to mention in this provincial policy statement. One is that we are required to consider and work with the Ministry of Finance population projections, but we can modify those projections as appropriate. And I'll speak to that as we go through. We're also required to look out over the long term when we're designating lands for urban development over a 20 to 30 year planning horizon. We can go out longer for employment areas, but we are limited to a 20 to 30 year period for what we call community lands or residential lands. We can look out longer than that when we're looking at infrastructure needs or community service needs, or even just looking at the growth itself, which we have, but we're limited to how long we can designate lands within official plans to that 30-year horizon. And that's really important, and I'll speak to this as we discuss the results. So ultimately, this work is intended to inform the official plan review process that the county is currently going through and update key planning policies in that document, as well as provide critical direction at the local level, which is also embedded in the official plan. So wanted to spend a few minutes just talking about the growth projections. We talked a bit about this when I was back in front of council last year. When we look at the growth outlook for Oxford County, it's really been all about a immigration story and really a net migration story of residents coming from other parts of Ontario. And you can see that in this graph here. This graph shows the three types of immigration that really drive population growth, being international migration in the light blue, and interprovincial migration coming from other parts of the country into Oxford, which you can see is generally very limited or negative. And then we have intra-provincial migration in the dark blue, which you can see has been very high in the last 8 years or so, from 2016 to 2024. We saw a big spike starting in 2016, and then during the COVID peak, that was further increased. We have started to see that number stabilizing and starting to taper back now in 2024 and 2025. But we do anticipate those numbers to still be well above those long-term historical averages over the long-term period. And I'll speak to that as we go through the slide deck. With respect to where the immigration or the net migration is coming from, it's largely coming from the Greater Golden Horseshoe in central Ontario. A lot of that is coming from the outer ring of Ontario, from places like Waterloo, Brant, Halsman, Norfolk, Wellington. About 40% of the overall share of that net migration is coming from those areas, and about 20% coming from the GTHA, and then another large portion coming from Middlesex. So with respect to the sort of overall story of like what's driving this growth and why are we seeing higher growth in Oxford County, we spoke about this when I was here last, and I just wanted to recap on this. It's largely been an outward growth pressure issue, as I just mentioned, really being this intra-provincial migration coming from other parts of the Greater Golden Horseshoe to Oxford. We do expect that to continue. A lot of what's been driving that is the relative affordability of housing in this area relative to what that affordability is in the larger urban centers of the GTHA and some of the larger areas in the outer ring, like Waterloo and Kitchener-Waterloo. So those opportunities have been a key factor that's been driving that outward growth pressure. The strategic location of the county and other counties like Middlesex have been a key factor in that. We typically, when we look at where the growth is strongest in southwestern Ontario from that outward growth pressure, we typically see that growth being highest along the major 400 series highway corridors, like the 403 and the 401, 402. As we get further away from those corridors, we tend to see the population growth rates come down. But overall, the outlook for growth in accordance with the Ministry of Finance projections and the work that I'm doing would suggest that we're seeing much stronger growth over the near term and longer term in southwestern Ontario. A lot of that also has to do with the economic health of the area regionally. And I won't get into details on this, but we saw a fairly significant contraction in manufacturing across southwestern Ontario and southern Ontario as a whole during the 2008-2009 financial crisis. At that time, we had very unfavorable conditions with respect to the U.S.-Canadian exchange rate. That was really a predominant issue that really created a lot of outward employment and declining employment in the manufacturing sector during that time. We saw a very gradual but stable recovery in that sector, as well as other knowledge base and other population-related sectors throughout that 2015 to 2019 period through COVID, and then we've stabilized a little bit in recent years, but we've seen steady employment growth. So those local employment opportunities have been a key driver as well of the immigration and the net migration that we're seeing that I mentioned. If you go along this sort of hexagon here, the other key factors that we did see significant technological disruption that was accelerated through COVID, through remote work and hybrid work opportunities. So that has also provided additional opportunities for those to live and work or live and commute within Oxford County and commute to the larger employment markets in the surrounding area, largely to the east. The population is now growing faster. We're also seeing mitigation in the aging of the population with more migration coming from younger age groups. That helps to support that needed labor force participation and balance the overall age structure. The county is a very vibrant rural economy, which is also supporting that additional employment growth that we've seen over the last decade or so. And there's also quality of life aspects that are increasingly important, not only for residents, but also for businesses, typically in those more knowledge-based and service sector areas of the economy. So these are some of the key factors that are driving the growth and anticipate to drive that growth over the longer term period. So this is, again, a summary of the long-term population forecast that was laid out to you before and summarized in the report. So we have we've modeled our work comprehensively, working off of the Ministry of Finance projections from 2024. But we have modeled this internally. We've looked at the net migration trends. We've looked at the births and deaths and vital statistics that support this level of growth. A couple things I would note is that it is, in my opinion, it is definitely a strong rate of growth. I've acknowledged in the report that it is ambitious, and that there is a range, and we've provided more details on that range in the appendix of the report. This reflects essentially the midpoint of that range of growth, looking at a downward projection of about 13% downward and 13% upward over the overall in that range. Another thing I would point out is that since the 2024 Ministry of Finance projections were released, the 2025 numbers have been also provided. The provincial numbers for the 2025 numbers have been reduced by about 7%. For Oxford County, they've also been reduced, but at a much lesser rate, about 2% reduction. When we see the numbers come out again next year, I would expect they could be a little bit lower again, perhaps. We don't know for sure, but I would say that looking at where we are sort of situated right now in the near term, there's a chance that they're potentially going to get downwardly adjusted again. I don't think they're likely going up. So this is to say that there is a range. I think you're in a reasonable position within that range. I do think the lower scenario is too low, because when you look at that low scenario, it ultimately would generate a growth rate of about 1.1% annually relative to this 1.4% growth rate. I don't think there's anything fundamentally wrong with the Ministry of Finance projections at a provincial level. They're intended to, they're projected to see growth at about a 1.1% rate. I do think that it's important to look at the growth in each of these sub-areas, and there's a potential for the growth to be ambitious in some areas and too low in other areas as the projections look at current trends. This is all to say that there's probably a range, and we can't necessarily pinpoint the exact precision of what that forecast is, but I think there's a range within about a 5 to 10% window of what I think is reasonable. And I do think that it's still appropriate to work with these forecasts over the long term, given that that lack of precision we have over the long term, and that ultimately we're within, I think, about a 5 to 10% window of reasonableness for these long-term projections. happy to have a further discussion on that if you have further questions on it. With respect to the employment forecast, the Ministry of Finance doesn't prepare long-term employment forecasts, so we've prepared our own in-house employment forecasts. We've identified a long-term employment forecast at a growth rate of about 1.4%, growing from about 66,000 to 110,000 employees across the county over that 40-year time period. About 60% of this employment would be in what we would call population-related sectors like commercial, retail, institutional, as well as work at home and off-site employment. Another 40% of this employment would be in industrial sectors like manufacturing, wholesale trade, construction, utilities, warehousing, etc. So the next slide here speaks to the allocations of growth by area municipality. So we've looked at these allocations within the context of a number of supply and demand factors. We've looked at the overall rate of growth, and we've looked at the local factors that are anticipated to influence this growth. I do also want to mention one other thing about the forecast is that we also worked extensively with the county as part of the development charges background study update. And this forecast is consistent with that DC background study update that was prepared in 2022. That study, though, only went out 10 years. So we're consistent with that work over 10 years, but now we're extending that forecast out and allocating over a longer term time period. One of the key findings you can see here is that a significant amount of growth is identified in the larger urban centers, Woodstock being the largest with 43% of the growth, 21% in Tillsonburg and 8% in Ingersoll. Over time, we are actually expected to see a shift towards the service villages and the townships, but you can see that there's still a significant amount of growth. The overwhelming amount of growth is allocated to the larger urban centers. That trend is a similar trend we see with the employment with respect to the share of growth, but the shift is actually anticipated to move in the opposite direction into the large urban centers, just given the size of the existing urban settlements and urban centers in Woodstock, Tillsonburg, and Ingersoll, and the capacity they have to accommodate large-scale industrial development. We do expect to see a further shift of employment into those areas. So once we've now looked at the growth and the allocations, we've then prepared a urban needs assessment or a land needs assessment. And I'll just walk through the approach there. So this is the typical approach for each of the urban centers and service villages. We first look at the amount of service growth within settlement areas, and then there's the share of growth in unserviced settlement areas and remaining rural areas. The vast majority of the growth is being identified to be accommodated in fully serviced villages and urban centers in accordance with provincial and local policy. Then from there, we break the growth down into two buckets. The first being community areas, which is essentially where people live. It includes the residential, commercial, institutional lands within each of the settlement areas. And then employment areas are essentially the areas where we work. These are areas that accommodate industrial type development. So the community area forecast is then further broken down between built-up areas, which is essentially areas that have been built as of 2006. They're identified in the official plan and delineated. This essentially forms the intensification opportunities for each of the settlement areas through infill and redevelopment and the further expansion and intensification of existing buildings. The remaining area in the community area is the greenfield area. That includes lands that are currently available in plans that are outside of draft approved, active draft approved, or registered plans with unbuilt units. So it's essentially the vacant lands that are inactive and some of the longer term proposed developments that are identified within designated lands in settlement areas. So essentially, we're looking at the overall demand for those greenfield lands and then comparing that to the supply to determine if we have enough. And then just as a further note, the built-up area has been broken down between priority nodes and corridors and the remaining built-up area. So in terms of the overall housing growth forecast, we've identified about 74% of the housing to be accommodated in the large urban centers. So similar to the population forecast, you would assume that the housing would follow that similar trend. About 22% in the service villages, and a fairly modest 3% in the unserviced areas, which would include any hamlets, unserviced areas, or the remaining rural areas. So with respect to intensification, we've identified a target based on a detailed review working with Dylan of a 25% intensification target for intensification for the large urban centers of Woodstock, Tillsonburg, and Ingersoll. Currently, the official plan identifies a target of 15%. So we have identified through our work a higher target for intensification. We feel that the demographics, the socioeconomics in terms of the population structure, needs for housing opportunities for younger residents and older residents, and that upward pressure on housing affordability is all moving in the right direction, in a direction where we feel more market demand will continue to be seen for more medium and high density housing opportunities within the built up areas across the county's large urban centers. So we are recommending a higher intensification target beyond what's in the official plan today. For the service villages, we've identified a range of intensification of 9 to 25%, depending on local circumstances with respect to supply and demand in each of the villages. We don't see specific targets for intensification within the service villages in the official plan, but we do feel it's important to identify a range for the purposes of this land use assessment work, and further consideration can be provided with respect to identifying targets in the official plan. So that ultimately provides a 23% intensification target on a countywide basis. So then, now that we've looked at the overall amount of growth in intensification areas and greenfield areas and the rural areas, that we can then compare that back to the demand for development. So looking at the demand for housing and then considering the density trends for that housing, we can then identify how much land would we require over the 20 to 25 and 30-year period. And again, this is important because the provincial policy statement does allow us to look at a range of land needs over a 20 to 30-year period. And you can see that amount of land does increase quite significantly as you go further out over that 20 to 30-year period, because once you go past 20 years, you're now looking at land needs outside of any supply you have. You've already exhausted the existing supply in the greenfield areas in the 20 years, and now in 30 years, you're now looking at new settlements beyond what you have in terms of supply today. So if there are any concerns with the overall amount of growth that's been identified or the amount of land needs, one measure I think the county can take is to adopt a shorter term time period. Again, your development charge background study looks at a 10-year period. One approach could be to look at a 20-year period and continue to monitor that growth over the longer term time period if there are concerns about the magnitude or quantum of the growth in land identified. You can see here from this analysis that we have identified a large range of about 400 to 832 hectares, and a large share of that's been identified in Woodstock, ranging from 251 to 452 hectares. Considerable needs are also identified in Tillsonburg, ranging from 74 to 180 hectares, and about 53 to 91 hectares in East Sora Tavistock. Those are the three areas with most of the land being identified. Just also want to point out this represents gross land area, so it's land required not only for housing, but also land to accommodate infrastructure like roads, stormwater, other local infrastructure, as well as community services like recreation centers, schools, as well as commercial and other institutional employment that would be required in these new expansion areas. Yes?
Sorry, through you, Warden. Does this land needs analysis take into account lands that have already been approved for development but not been constructed?
Yes. It's including all the lands that are identified in active applications, proposed applications, and lands that are designated in your official plan. in existing settlement areas, the lands that are designated for urban development inside settlement areas.
And does it take into consideration the intensification of lands already within the settlement area? We've seen a lot of certainly the planning applications have been through the roof on intensification. Is there any discount on this study, these land needs numbers to account for that trend?
Yes, through the warden. So as I mentioned, we've identified an intensification target of 25% for the large urban centers, and then for the service villages, a range of 9% to 25% intensification for those areas. So that's a countywide target of 23% intensification. So that need is then identified for intensification areas. That supply accommodates that need for intensification areas, and then the remaining need then outside of what we've identified for rural, which is very small, a few percentage. The rest is then being applied to the greenfield areas and then measured against what's available, the available supply there, both active and inactive supply in your greenfield areas. Does that answer your question?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. So moving on to the employment area allocation and the land needs analysis. So we mentioned briefly the employment forecast by sector, but as planners, we're also interested in understanding, well, where does this employment fall on the ground? And so as we look at the urban structure of the county, we can see that we have these community areas, so areas where people live and where we have retail jobs and local community services. So that's our community area employment, including work at home. That's about 61% of the overall employment that we've identified. That's already been accounted for in that land needs analysis that we just went through in the previous slide. Then we have the employment areas, which are the lands that accommodate industrial type development in large urban centers and service villages. And that represents about 38% of the employment forecast. So this is looking at the employment share, not the land, but the employment. And then we have dry industrial uses in rural and unserviced settlement areas. So these are industrial uses that are, as it says here, provided in unserviced villages or hamlets, or in some cases in serviced areas, but they're not. These lands are not serviced. There is a small need that we've identified in the forecast of about 2% for dry industrial development, and then the remaining employment is in the outside of the settlement areas, outside of any serviced or unserviced settlement areas in the rural area at less than 1%. So with respect to the land need, we've also identified a large need for additional land. And so again, these numbers that I'm providing you today are the additional lands that we would require for urban expansion beyond what's already designated today within the official plans, or the official plan. And so we've identified a total range over a 20 to 30 year period of 129 to 353 hectares of employment land across the county. Again, the majority of that being in Woodstock at a range of 83 to 251 hectares. Tillsonburg also has a need identified between 30 and 68 hectares, and a smaller need identified from 14 to 21 hectares in East Orange, Tavistock. So when we add these two together in terms of the total amount of land that would be required for urban settlement expansion, or for settlement area expansion beyond the lands that are designated today, we're looking at a total of 529 to about 1,185 hectares in total across the county over that 20 to 30 year horizon. So one other area that I did want to mention is the absorption of dry industrial land. So we don't have a full inventory of all the dry industrial land supply across the county, but we have looked at the demand for dry industrial land, working with the county very closely, and we have identified that there is a demand for dry industrial development. The largest share of that need we've identified in Blandford Blenheim, given the location of largely of Drumbo near the 401 interchange. So this is the overall range of absorption that we think could be anticipated for land in with respect to dry industrial land. Again, the largest number being in Blandford Blenheim. The range is about 81 hectares to 116 hectares over the 20 to 30 year time horizon. Further work would need to be done, though, to look at where supply opportunities do exist first to accommodate demand for dry industrial development, So this is not essentially saying this is all required in terms of urban expansion. It's the overall demand side. We have also looked at this very closely and provided planning policy direction in the report on where we are directing this dry industrial growth to be accommodated. We are identifying that the first priority should be in fully serviced settlement areas where there's a constraint to service industrial land. So if there are some constraints, but there's market potential to accommodate dry industrial development, and those longer-term servicing constraints can't be overcome, there could be an opportunity to accommodate some dry industrial development in those areas, particularly in some of the service villages, and we do see some of that today. The next option would be looking at partially serviced lands within the villages, and then lastly, looking at unserviced lands, second to last, looking at unserviced lands within the villages, and then lastly, outside of the villages being a final opportunity and priority. Yes.
Through Warden. And maybe it's Director Michaels that can answer this. How do we protect, it's a slippery slope of allowing industrial, whether it's service or not, businesses change and grow, and after the designation is given, it's hard to police what people do within their facilities. And there's certain challenges that arise just even from dry industrial, from fire suppression and all that stuff still. So how do we protect to make sure that development such as that type should be directed to settlement areas and issues, and that's, when we're putting expensive infrastructure investments in, we want to make sure that those are paid for and not being gone around. So I'm worried about having policies based off that need that aren't strong enough, that give people the ability to walk around our policies and then develop in an area that, I'll be honest, we've had a historical thing of allowing unsuitable uses to continue and improving them that are against our policies. So I'm worried about that, encouraging that more within policies to give more people options instead of encouraging them to locate where their businesses are able to expand or operate properly, so we're not having environmental concerns or issues that way. Just also with industrial uses, it's not just wastewater service capacity. If you're in a rural area or further away from health services and issues that deal with employment that way. So maybe is that something that?
Through the Warden, I can start with this question and then turn over to Paul. So I guess it's a great question, and I just want to start. The first thing we wanted to do in the study was just understand what the overall demand was for dry industrial, to understand, is there a demand for this kind of employment, and if so, how much? And recognizing, like anything, it's very hard to have exact precision with this, but we can look at this within the context of the need for overall industrial development, and we have identified this range of about 81 to 116 hectares. We've also looked at where's the best opportunities to accommodate this, and I agree that there are some planning challenges that maybe Paul may want to elaborate on as well. Where we don't want to be directing dry industrial development to serviced employment areas within settlement areas. So if you've invested money for water, sewer, or road improvements to accommodate industrial employment of an urban standard, then we want to continue to accommodate that kind of growth in the settlement areas. But if there is a long-term constraint for servicing that will likely not be able to be overcome, and there's a demand to accommodate some industrial development in those areas, then that is something that could be looked at. And then after that, we still want to be directing as a priority dry industrial development to unserviced lands within settlement areas, to your point, that have the existing, largely where we have existing industrial operations in place. There's not a lot of policy direction in the provincial documents or locally about this, but my personal and professional view is that you want to encourage industrial development to be occurring where clusters of industrial development already exist, and where there's an intention to potentially expand or add more industrial development to those areas. So that would be the first place to look, where lands are designated and where there's supply, and then look where you have lands that are appropriately zoned that could accommodate future expansion if needed. And really, it would be after all that work is exhausted, then possibly you could be looking outside of a settlement area or a new settlement area expansion in lands that aren't designated or zoned for agricultural use as a potential opportunity. But we would really look at that as a lower sort of priority in terms of that process.
So I guess my concern is too, is that we're creating a dual system where we have different standards for urban versus rural development of industrial, and the investment that goes into that. I'll be honest, I would take a dry warehousing from assessment standpoint. It's from municipal world, it's the best option there from assessment standpoint. And from an urban center where you have rate water payers paying stuff, why are they forced to take on higher expensive investments on their water rates where other municipalities within the county would not be able to do that and still gain the advantage of the assessment without the increased burden of the infrastructure that's on it? So that's my concern on the policies that we're producing here, is that are we creating an unfair advantage or disadvantage for residents across the county, of which we all benefit from through the county system. But if we take that, there's true cost to, if we're just going to put the high service water needs on urban development, those costs are directly rated to ratepayers and those infrastructure costs. So that's my biggest concern there, is that we're creating a policy. If we're going to create policies, we need to be able to enforce them so they are directed that way, and have the fortitude around the council table to enforce those policies. So we're creating an equal playing field where if people want to invest in water systems throughout the county, that's perfectly fine, but we're all playing on a level playing field.
Thank you.
Was it a question? Am I looking to somebody to?
Through the warden. Yeah, just to maybe add to what Jamie said and address some of your questions. Really, I think the intent here was to determine there actually is a demand for dry type industrial uses. So kind of substantiating that demand so that we can do comprehensive planning for them. Because even without substantiating that, we are getting individual ad hoc proposals, as you're aware, for sites throughout the county. So having this demand established, so we have kind of that demand basis for formulating specific policies and direction for this, is hopefully going to allow us to better direct those so that we're not dealing with ad hoc proposals. But, the specific policy direction, types of uses, location, all that will come forward as part of another sort of stage of study. So council will get a chance to review and comment on that as we move forward with that process. So then, those are the types of questions that we'd be more than happy to consider and address then.
Councilor Cioni.
Yeah, thank you. Through the warden to whoever could answer this, I suppose. I agree with councillor's concerns. What I didn't see in the report, though, is the any discussion around truck terminals. They're popping up more and more, and every time I'm out in the community, and especially in our rural areas, they're becoming parking lots for these trailers. Is that included in this dry industrial land? Is that specific? Because I have some major concerns. I mean, environmental concerns, traffic concerns. Is that the best use of land? They're non-employable lands. People aren't working and the tax base isn't there because they're parking lots. Is that part of the discussions in the dry industrial? Was that taken into consideration, I guess?
Through the warden, thank you for that question. It's a great question. It hasn't been explicitly addressed in this study. I think it does warrant, it definitely does warrant further work and further discussion. I have worked in other communities like Caledon, for example, and Halton Hills that are experiencing a significant amount of this pressure because of where they're located, near large urban centers like Brampton, and there's a lot of pressure for that kind of truck parking and storage. So they have done separate studies looking at, looking at this, and I think it's beyond the scope of this work, but I think it's something that needs to be further explored and understood, and I don't have all the answers for you right now.
Just further to Jamie's response, I would say that those types of uses are something that was contemplated as falling kind of within the the realm of the dry industrial land demand, but as Jamie mentioned, specifically planning for those and how they fit to within that sort of that land need component is something that we'd be looking at as part of the next stage, because that hasn't been within the scope of this particular study. But yeah, we're very much aware that those are a problem and will need to be kind of considered as part of that next exercise.
If I can just continue, I would certainly support like small, rural, agricultural-based businesses, you know, small supply shops, but I think it's becoming more and more of a concern, and I'd appreciate us looking at that, so thank you.
Just before I ask you, I really want us to focus on questions at this point so we can get through the presentation, and then absolutely we'll get a motion on the floor and move on to debate as to what we do with those. Don't want to discourage the conversation, but I also want to keep the meeting going on. Turn it back over to you.
Thank you. Just about finished. So in terms of conclusion,
I was talking to them, not you, by the way.
Oh, sorry.
You fill your boots. Tell us what we need to hear.
Okay. Thank you. So in terms of next steps, we are recommending that Council adopts the updated growth analysis and land needs report as the official growth forecast for the county for land use planning purposes, as well as for the area municipalities to the 21 to 61 horizon, recognizing that we're only looking at a designation period of 20 to 30 years. We have identified that with respect to the land needs that there are greater priorities that have been identified. Sorry, let me just start with this. I was jumping to the third bullet. The second bullet just identifies that that we have identified a land need for almost all the municipalities except for Zoram, Blandford, Blenheim, and that we do recommend the initiation of a settlement area boundary review process to look at that need and timing to meet PPS requirements. The PPS identifies shorter-term requirements for draft-approved and registered on built units in active plans of 3 years. It identifies that we need to have a 15-year supply of land at all times within designated lands outside of, including demand for intensification. And then we have this longer-term time period. So these needs need to be met, and we need to be able to respond to this for the purposes of doing long-term growth management planning, but also being able to respond to privately initiated requests for urban boundary expansion. The third bullet is that we have identified that those needs are more of a priority, or there's more urgency that we've identified in Woodstock, East Tavistock, Norwich, and Southwest Oxford. And so consideration of secondary plan and settlement area review work will be needed in those areas as a priority to address these requirements and satisfy those needs that we've identified through the provincial and local context. We've also started this initiation of looking at dry industrial demand and policies related to that. I would say relative to what's out there across the province, you've got probably more policy direction in this report than any report that I'm aware of when it comes to planning policy direction, but more work can be done as we've noted, and that should be continued. There's also a recommendation to undertake an urban structure study looking at the broad urban structure and land use designations as part of the official plan review in accordance with provincial policy, particularly that provincial policy statement that I mentioned at the provincial level, and then continue to monitor growth, considering densities and intensification as an example. I would also add to that a phasing strategy could also be undertaken. That's another key thing that we've been looking at across Ontario, is to look at what the orderly sequencing of servicing is and ultimately how to prioritize that sequencing of services and infrastructure aligned with growth. Given that there is uncertainty and that we're likely not going to be, we may be expanding in increments, and we're not going to necessarily be servicing all this land at once. So we need to look at how we properly do that. So those are my findings. Happy to turn it over to you for questions.
Thank you. Questions? Councilor Petrie.
Thank you very much, Morton, through you. Given the importance of this document and the documents that come after it that are based off of, what's the historical accuracy of such projections? I guess the reason I ask this context is, like, I have an 1979 official plan of Oxford with 1986 updates where 2020 we're supposed to reach 120,000 people. Zora was supposed to be 12,000, you know, and we're nowhere near, like we've just reached that recently. So I guess that because of the importance of the documents and the money and stuff that goes into after this, and what developers push, and I guess it's from the provincial government too, is the down pressure of these projections. What is the historical accuracy of this work?
That's a great question through the warden. I would say from our own experience, so first of all, the longer you go out, the less precision you're going to have in terms of that accuracy. And so I've been at this for about 25 years, and when I go back and look at projection work that I've done, I'm typically in that sort of range of about 5 to 10% accuracy over like a 10 to 20 year period. Sometimes I'm bang on, sometimes we're off.
Or just to clarify, 5 to 10% off your projection, or
yeah,
5% accuracy?
5% off, okay. 5 to 10% off.
Thank you.
So, and as I mentioned, the overall range that we're typically looking at is around a range of about, say, 25% up or down. So we're typically falling within that range, but we are acknowledging that there is that range of growth. And I think it is around a 25% range. I do think, though, that so that's sort of the answer on the accuracy. It's around, I say, 5 to 10%, but it could be higher when you go out, 40 years. I haven't had the benefit of time to see how far I am in a 40-year time period. So I would acknowledge that I think the range is appropriate of around 25% over a 40-year period. But I do think that low scenario, in my opinion, is on the low side. It is in your privy to recommend a low scenario if you do wish to do so, but we do want to be defensible in terms of what we've done here, and so that I wouldn't recommend suggesting that you go with a low scenario, because it would be very hard to recommend why the forecast would be that much lower relative to the rest of the growth in southwestern Ontario. I do think that the Ministry of Finance projections overall, again, are fairly reasonable, but they are getting a little on the high side in southwestern Ontario from what I can see. The tendency is that they tend to extrapolate the trends that we're seeing in recent years over a longer term time period. So we want to monitor that and make sure that they don't overstate that growth. But are we off by a magnitude of more than 15%? I don't think so. I would have a hard time imagining a scenario where we've been growing provincially at 1.1% over the last 20 years. That growth rate is anticipated to stay around 1.1% now with the Ministry of Finance projections as a whole. And the 401 corridor in southwestern Ontario is expected to grow a little bit faster, and that seems reasonable to me. So to lower the forecast to a point lower than that overall average, to me, would be on the low side. But I think it's fair to say that this forecast is ambitious. There's no doubt about it. And we need to monitor that, and we need to ensure that we have the proper tools and the proper approach to phasing of that growth to ensure that we don't over-designate or don't overbuild. I think one option you have to do that is to designate over a time period of 20 to 30 years, or less than that 30-year time period. I think that's something that's very defensible. The province is telling us we have that ability to do that. So I think that's a defensible way to go. And I think that's something that I would just keep in mind, that we're going to be inundated with responses and requests to this work. My experience out there across the province is that our work is considered to be very conservative out there in the sort of eyes or perspective of the development community. They tend to push back and say that we're too low because we're not accommodating enough grade-related housing, enough low and medium-density housing, and that the needs are going to be greater. So that's the pressure we'll be up against. Typically, that pressure is around double or even three times sometimes what I'm projecting in terms of need. So that's got to be balanced in terms of what we think is appropriate, what we think we can defend at the board, and ultimately what we think is appropriate to plan for. So hopefully that gives you a bit of some insights in terms of how I might go about this.
Councillor Galvezi and Councillor Mayberry.
Thank you, through you, Warden. A lot of information to digest. Doing a boundary expansion or adjustment is, it's a long process, and there's usually a cost, or, you have to work out negotiations. Is there not another way to do this? So if you're looking at Oxford over, on the whole, it identifies, X amount of commercial land, industrial and residential land. We're one county where the county owns a sewer and water system. Would it not be more simplified just to extend the services across the border instead of having to bring that land into? I'm trying to find another cost alternative approach.
Maybe you want to try and answer that? Hot potato?
Through you, Warden. So we acknowledge that in many places, primarily Woodstock, there's not enough land currently in your corporate boundary to accommodate all the growth. So annexation, corporate boundary expansion is going to be on the table. We have not yet, broached that subject in this report. So we've identified the quantum of land right now, and that's sort of stage one. The next stage is to look at location options for that growth. And this discussion that you're getting into, Councillor, would ultimately be part of that discussion. And there'll be lots of implications to consider in terms of servicing and financing that are just beyond the scope of the study, but obviously critically important to look at.
So just to please the warden, I will actually ask a question rather than make a speech. First of all, today, you've used the word ambitious twice, and it shows up in the report. I didn't count the number of times, but as being ambitious growth. And I'm just wondering if you can define the word ambitious from whose perspective?
I think that's my wording. Ambitious is my wording, because you've hired me to look at this, comprehensively look at these forecasts. You haven't hired me to look at the Ministry of Finance numbers and just accept them at face value. And so we've looked at those Ministry of Finance numbers across the province and within the county, and we've identified that in some places we think they're a little bit on the low side, and some places they are starting to become a little on the high side. And I think that from my perspective, we're erring on the high side in the Ministry of Finance with respect to the growth that's being allocated along this corridor right now in primarily Oxford and Middlesex. But when we look at the level of how much, a level of ambition, I think we're probably all the way up to 61, and again, very hard to be accurate about that, but based on what I can see, probably in about a 5 to 10% range would be appropriate.
So if I can just continue then. Ambitious then comes from the provincial desire. Is that, I'm trying to understand why you would use the word ambitious, because ambitious means a desire to achieve something or to get to a certain area. And I didn't hear that from County Council, but somewhere along the way, ambitious became kind of the word you use to describe the growth. And is ambitious as in the county or the province Ministry of Finance is saying it's going to be X and you think it's going to be 10% below or 2% below?
So through the warden, so I've looked at this from a provincial context and a local context. And so the Ministry of Finance, their analysis is strictly looking at demographic trends and extrapolating those trends out over the long term. So they primarily look at what are the federal immigration targets for Canada, how much growth is Ontario getting of that immigration as a starting point. And we've assumed through our work looking at historical trends, that's about 44%. And so in order to achieve the provincial numbers, they've got to do a little better than the targets we have right now from the federal government on international migration, about 7% higher. So that's the first thing. So I think that we're already striving to go a little higher than what the targets are over the long term, and they are pretty high right now. And then they've also assumed that a significant amount of outward migration will continue from the GTA and the Outer Ring into Oxford County, because that's going to be what's going to primarily drive population growth. It's not going to be from any other source, although we will see some more international migration coming this way too. So relative to the targets, relative to the historical trends, relative to the provincial numbers, these numbers are, they're definitely not, a pessimistic outlook for growth. A 1.4% growth rate is a steady long-term population growth rate, which I would say is, it's not a do-nothing scenario. Like, a lot of things have to happen across this province for us to achieve this kind of growth, as we all know. And so that's where I'm coming from in terms of ambition.
So if I can, then ambitious then is from the provincial Ministry of Finance sort of projection. I'm not trying to argue the word. I'm just simply saying that's where it's coming from. Okay. So
just to clarify, what I'm trying to say is that in some places, I think the forecasts are too low. I think the overall numbers are reasonable for the province. In some places, I think they're too low. In some places, I think they're getting a little high. And I think this is one area where they're getting a little high.
Okay. So when we get talking about the reality is in your projection, and I have no reason to doubt it, we're looking at 1,185 hectares of land over the next 30 years for industrial and residential, my words, not yours, and another 116 for dry industrial, potentially. So out of curiosity, where is this 3,200 acres of land going to come from that is not currently being agriculturally used and, in fact, has been developed for agriculture over the last 100 years? So this is a chunk of land in an agricultural area. I'm wondering where that land's coming from.
Thank you, through the warden. So it's a good question. This part of the analysis has not been undertaken yet, so we've looked at the quantum of the land, but the next phase of work, once we've ultimately landed on what a reasonable quantum of land is that we need and what it is at the local level, the next step is then to look at location options for accommodating that growth. And that will have to be done through the county's official plan process, working with the area municipalities to identify where you're going to accommodate that and how you're going to accommodate that.
If I may, and if would be a third option.
If could be a situation too.
So, okay. And the last question, and I'll let somebody else jump in. I'll be back, don't worry. Last question for now is you set an intensification target of 25%. And gave some reasons this morning about why you chose 25%. I'm just wondering, what would be the implications if you set the target at 30% or 35% or whatever? Like, I know there's a limit, but I'm just wondering how close to the limit are we getting on that intensification target?
Through you, Warden. So essentially, the simple answer is obviously the more growth we identify to the built-up area through intensification, the less land we need for greenfield development and urban expansion, right? But when we do that, we also then have to consider the overall structure of the housing by density type that we're providing to the county, to the area municipalities. And so when we're doing this analysis, ultimately we're looking at who's coming to the county, in terms of the type of migration, in terms of the age of the migration, and then what generally is that need for housing, and then what is their demand or propensity for housing by type. And we do know that a lot of the demand that's coming from these areas, from the GTA and Outer Ring, are younger adults, typically in family-forming age groups. So there is a significant amount of demand for grade-related housing, but there's still going to be demand for young adults and older adults as well. But in the built-up, so they're going to typically require more medium and higher density housing forms. But in the built-up area, the more you try to ultimately redirect to the built-up area, most of those opportunities are going to be in high-density housing opportunities, because you can't go out, you've got to go up, in the built-up area in most cases. So the further you shift the demand for housing to high-density housing forms in the built-up area away from the greenfield area, the further risk you have of sort of disconnecting between the needs of the population and the market demand and what you're providing. And so this is something that happened through the growth plan sort of era in the GTA, where we had very high levels of intensification that were put upon us in the GTA to help prevent that, but ultimately you get this disconnect that you're not providing enough grade-related housing. So you've got to balance those market demands and the needs of the population with the opportunities that you have in the built-up area. So at this point, we haven't identified a lot of, and we don't think there'll be a lot of opportunity for more low-density housing in the built-up area through the review we've done. So you've got to go higher density. And we do think that the level of intensification that we provided at 25% is a reasonable baseline target to work towards, given that you're right now at 15%. We're going to get pushed back on that, I'm sure, by the private sector, development community. But I feel that 25% is a defensible target to work with.
Councillor Galvezi.
Thank you, through Warden. Quick question. Is there a danger in underestimating growth forecasts? And I'm thinking more like to strategic planning with regards to infrastructure. And if we don't plan for it, like I think those plans are always fluid, but if we don't plan for it, then do we get behind as municipalities where it could end up costing ratepayers a lot of money to catch up that infrastructure?
Yes, through the Warden, it's a good question. So there's obviously risks on both ends, right? If you overbuild or you don't build enough, probably one of the immediate concerns is that you typically want to have one example would be that you want to have a reasonably balanced tax assessment split between residential and non-residential development. You also have a significant shortage of industrial land to accommodate future industrial growth that typically is very needed to support jobs in that assessment base. And so, you do run the risk if you don't provide lands to accommodate those industries that they're not going to be accommodated in Oxford. They're going to have to go elsewhere. You're not going to benefit from that local job creation. You're not going to benefit from that tax assessment. So that would be, one obvious area. The other, issue I think is important to mention. I've mentioned this to each of the local municipalities that it takes years to go from this study to seeing an occupied unit, on the ground in a new designated area. It typically takes anywhere from about 5 to 10 plus years, and when you're talking about complicated issues related to corporate boundary expansion, it takes longer. And so this is a long process, and this is why we do these studies and look out to such a long time horizon, so that we're providing that sort of buffer or contingency for urban land to accommodate that growth, so we don't run into these issues where we get constrained and can't accommodate. You want to have balanced. You want to have a balance of population, not only to support your local housing industry, but also your local employment sector. You need labor. You want to encourage live work opportunities. You want to encourage local. You want to encourage opportunities for people who are looking to come to Oxford to have options of where they're going to live in all forms of housing, rental housing, high density housing in the built up area, but also, lower density housing in greenfield areas. So that's, I think that I would start with that, answering that question.
Councillor Peterson.
Thank you, Warden. Councillor Galvezi, you hit the nail right on the head when I think of, I'll use a village of Drumble, for example. We had no infrastructure there, so we didn't grow because we didn't have it. So it's kind of leading a little bit to where my question's going to be. I know we had a pretty robust conversation at our township meeting, which was good. Glad we did. I still don't understand when I look at your report, and I'm only talking about population. I won't even get into the other. When 40% of the growth is pretty much coming from mainly Waterloo, Brant, Toronto, and you talk about the importance of the 401, the 403, which are both, the 403 is right on our border, 401 goes right through our township, and I still have a hard time looking at the growth forecast for population, and we're the lowest growth for it. And the only reason I look at that is there's only one answer to that, and That is, we didn't have the infrastructure to grow, and that's why we didn't. But I have a hard time, now that our infrastructure is coming online, I have a hard time understanding how you can say it's the lowest when your whole report talks about all the push from the east. I don't know if you can try to explain to me how you come up with that rationale.
Thank you, through the warden. So again, it's a great question. Again, we want to be able to appreciate that we don't have absolute precision when we go over the long term. And just like some areas can be high and low in the province, we can have some disconnects sometimes at the local level as well. So I appreciate your comments. We've looked at the historical rate of growth, and we've looked at servicing capacity through the DC work and that rate of growth. We've looked at opportunities that can be looked at in the near and medium term to accommodate growth in Blandford Blenheim, and we looked at the longer-term outlook that we think appears reasonable from a growth assimilation standpoint, from looking at the character of the settlements and how much growth we think would be appropriate that these areas can accommodate. Every area that we've looked at is projected or forecast to accommodate more population growth than it has in the past. And I would also say that the work that we're doing here is not intended to constrain or limit growth. The province has been pretty clear about that. They don't want to see these documents constraining urban development or development in settlement areas. So I think there are mechanisms that you can work with to ensure that you're not doing that. If we're looking over a 30-year horizon, you've got a significant contingency of time, I think, to plan for. If you want to take that full 30-year period, you can designate lands over that full 30-year period, and you can service and sequence that development over that time period, and then you can monitor that. And you're going to have opportunities to update this official plan at least 3 times over that time period to go back and monitor and see how you're doing relative to the plan.
If I can just follow up a little on that. It's sort of like I look at, and I'm using Drumbot as an example. I could use other villages as well. And it's, the hard part is when we don't grow because we don't have the infrastructure, we can't grow. And then for future infrastructure and going down the road, if I'm sitting around this table and I look at it and go, well, the growth forecast for, I'll use Blandford Blenheim is, a couple hundred people. Well, where are we gonna put the money? We're gonna put the money somewhere where they are growing. But if you don't have the infrastructure, you can't grow, so they don't want to put it. It's like a chicken before the egg, and it's very frustrating. I want control growth. I don't want, 10,000 people. Absolutely, I don't want it. But the problem is we can't grow because it's not there. And I just keep looking at it is I think we have to have more consideration for growth, not just on permits, and because we can't, like I say, I've said a few times here, we can't grow because we don't have the infrastructure. Anyway, thank you.
Maybe just one last point I would make is that we are working in a different framework than we were prior in previous policy regimes. So the PPS and the guidelines that support this, they're still proposed, they're being updated. They are trying to do everything they can to support more urban development or more housing development in settlement areas to be accommodated and serviced. So they're, when we look at the guidelines, they are identifying that there's contingencies that you can put into your plan to identify the need for more latent housing demand that maybe you can make a case that, well, that demand should have been there, but it didn't arrive because of previous constraints or because there's other issues that didn't support it. They're allowing market contingency factors and other adjustments to increase that overall land need if you feel there's a case for it. And that case can be made locally, I think, within reason. I don't think you're tripling the amount of land, but if there's a need to identify more, you have the tools to do that so that you're not constraining yourself from your perspective on accommodating that growth. And then, there's other avenues that could be explored at through federal and provincial funding grants that are out there that you could explore. So I think there's opportunities there to look into, and I'm happy to talk to you more about what might be reasonable.
Thank you, Warden. Through. I'm interested in the calculations or the methodology around the ratios between employment lands and residential lands. again, being on the 401 corridor, the Cambie facility is about 10% of people live within the community, and the rest commute from a long range away. We have large urban centers of London away. We have, we're the highest working population within an hour's drive to Oxford County is 2.5 million within an hour's distance. It's the highest in Canada. Obviously, Toronto's larger population, but you can't get anywhere in an hour. So how much does that transportation mobility come into affecting the ratio of what employment lands versus housing needs are?
Through the warden, it has a pretty big impact when we look at the amount of industrial growth that's being identified in this forecast for the county and each of the area municipalities. As I mentioned, we've identified about a 40% share of the employment in the industrial sector, which I would say relative to other areas, urban areas or comparable areas that are further away from that 401 corridor, that's a higher share. I could pull up some other statistics to help back that up, but it is that 40% is a pretty high number of industrial jobs, definitely. And the overall activity rate, we've identified the ratio of jobs to population, and in 2024 it was around 49%, and it's anticipated to stay at around 49% over the long term, which is also a pretty strong indicator that we feel that there's a healthy balance of population to jobs, and we anticipate that to continue, which is challenging because your population is aging and your labor force is also aging, which puts downward pressure on that participation rate. So I think that corridor is definitely having a positive impact on that.
Just to follow up on that, Oxford County, specifically Ingersoll and Woodstock, have the highest ratio for residential or industrial assessment to residential by far of anywhere in the province. And so my interest is in growing that because from a taxation standpoint, that's what's going to keep us successful from an income perspective. And really, so is there options to lower the residential portion to play around with those numbers, or to try to from a policy perspective, to try to grow the industrial base while maybe not having some of the issues and the cost associated with increased residential development?
Well, I think it can become challenging because if it's a policy initiative to augment the forecast based on a desired outcome, that can be very tricky to defend and explain how that policy is going to ultimately come to fruition and how we defend that within the context of the economic, socioeconomic, and demographic drivers that are really guiding, and market drivers that are guiding this work. So there's a need to make sure that we can suggest that, like, where I would be more comfortable would be where the policies and the market are already aligning in the same direction with respect to things like more need for affordable or attainable housing options. I think those policies in the market, in my opinion, are aligning in the same direction. So it's easier to make that case. The other issue to be mindful of is just the need for that labor force supply to accommodate the employment growth. You need a growing, if your employment base is growing at a pace of 1.4%, you need a growing population base of working age residents to obviously support that employment base in skilled and some unskilled components of the labor force to accommodate that. And so, and I think it is good policy to try to accommodate that locally within the county, to encourage more complete communities, to limit commuting. There's lots of different socioeconomic and environmental benefits to having that balance, and it's a key objective of the PPS and your own official plan.
So just to follow up on that, I know there's lots of different opinions. I certainly have mine on policy. You keep bringing up the word defendability, and I just want to ask a question on that. Why do we have to be able? What are we defending this against? Because this is governance at this level, and we should be able, as far as I'm concerned, we should be able to dictate, those kind of policies about where we want to go. How much control do we actually have over this, or do we have to? Because again, our ratepayers are going to pay for the infrastructure that are going in to accommodate this growth that we may or may not want, in the type that we may or may not want. So, what are we defending this against? Typically, when council makes a bylaw, whether it's reasonable or not, it's there. Now there's the planning policy and all that stuff, which is a little bit different. But so you're saying we can't say zero growth? Or we can't say we want a huge amount of growth? Ingersoll used to be bigger than Woodstock at one point, and things happened, right? Blandford Blenheim may want growth, and Swax may not. I may want industrial growth. You may want, obviously, Zora wants way more residential growth in Tempsford than was traditionally done through the policies. So how, like, where do we really get into a defendability thing here at the end of the day?
That's a great question. So I would say that maybe I would start by saying, first you want to be able to explain the work. That's sort of the first step of defending and explaining what I'm doing now to you, to council. Ultimately, this has to be socialized beyond this room to explain what's happening and why, and telling that narrative. And it should make some sense. It might not make sense to everybody who's not an expert in these areas, but it should at least make sense to those who are experts in the field of doing this kind of work. And there's some general consensus that this is a work that can be supported. And so that would be sort of the first step, and that we're not forcing something because of a desired outcome. We've got to be careful about that, because if we get into a situation where we have desired outcomes, like the province has set up established a target of 1.5 million homes, a number of municipalities went out and they updated their master servicing studies to accommodate that 1.5 million number. Well, they got in all kinds of problems because that number is not a defensible number. It's not based on comprehensible work. It's based on, it's a desirable policy target, a desirable outcome. So we've got to make sure that we can distinguish those things and then explain that. But you've also got to be able to respond to developer inquiries from the development community. There's also there's policies in the PPS that allow for privately initiated urban boundary expansions. So those applications can come forward. They can identify what they feel the need is for urban growth, and the test for establishing that need has been changed. It used to be that we had to do a comprehensive review like this to explain all that, and then tie the applications had to be tied back to that, and it could only be reviewed through the comprehensive review process. Now we have the ability for the private sector to initiate privately initiated applications for settlement boundary expansion, and the tests have changed, and it's all new. So we need to be prepared to respond to those inquiries when they come.
Thank you, Warden. What we haven't talked about yet was the cost of housing, the affordability factor. And my question to you is, during your reporting and accumulation of data, is that ever taken into consideration? Because let's face it, City of Woodstock anyways saw a 2 to 4 times the pricing of housing in that boom of 2016 to 2021. If this council sits here and we say, no, we don't want any future growth, we're basically telling that those homes, we think they're not affordable already. And that's just going way out the window. If there is no future growth, supply and demand dictates prices are going to drastically increase again without any kind of endorsement. Does that take into consideration at all for you?
Through the warden, so yes, we have looked at this, but it's been a bit more of a bit of a broader start in terms of this. We've sort of set the table, so to speak, in looking at the housing need. We've identified that from our professional opinion, there's going to be a broad range and a broadening range of need for housing by type and price point to accommodate all ages and all income groups. So we've mentioned in the report, that's going to increase the need for more attainable and affordable rental housing opportunities, as well as ownership opportunities. More work will need to be done to look at those specific needs through an update and ongoing work in terms of your housing strategy. I've not talked to planning in detail about that work, but this work is intended to provide the foundation for further work looking at housing needs and housing affordability needs. And so, yes, that's obviously critical, and more work needs to be done to look at that.
Any other questions before I ask for a motion? Councillor Accioni.
Looking for a motion then? Yeah. Okay. Moved by myself, second by Councillor Schaefer. Resolved that the recommendations contained in report CP...
Hold on 1 second. Somebody's waving at me over here. Sorry, Councillor.
Just a couple other questions, if I could, then. So, apologize, Councilor Atsuoni. So, when we look at the growth study, and I'm not in any way critical of the actual projections, because I think probably people a lot smarter than me have actually sat down and done some of this figuring out. But I'm saying, so we start at a point here, and then we, our next touch point, say 20 years ago to today, to 20 and 40 years into the future. It's purely projection based on what we know, and maybe guessing on what we don't know, right? So it's more or less a mathematical, what are the factors you can put into to determine an answer that is really at best a guess. But in that process, I'm wondering how often do we look back and say, or ask the question, do the people that are going to pay for this actually support this kind of direction or not? And so the public consultation across the broad public, how many people, say, in Woodstock or in Oxford County said, we want to see a 50% increase in the next 40 years of our total population? And do we ever take that part into consideration?
Well, through the warden, certainly stakeholder consultation is a key aspect to work like this. And we have, at this level, we are at a pretty high level, like we're at sort of 30,000 feet. And so we've been doing this work and consulting with the area municipalities, with the development community. As the work continues forward at the local level and we're looking at actual location options for growth, I think that becomes more relevant to residents. To see that, I think there's opportunities to continue to engage with the local community about these projections, about the land use assessment and the scenarios for urban development. So I think at that point, I think that's when I would expect you're going to continue to have more consultation and get their feedback on concerns and what they like and don't like about what they're seeing.
So this morning, we had a couple of cases where growth, in both cases there were people not necessarily here today, but people that objected to the growth, new condominium, a new apartment building, whatever. So, and those voices, as the warden pointed out this morning, are important to hear. I agree with that. We should hear those voices. Whether I agree with them or not doesn't matter. So, okay. Second question, and it goes back to something that Councillor Atsuoni just raised, was about if we don't grow, what is our future? So if I take that and say that if I start here and we have 5% of Oxford County covered with residential, industrial, that sort of stuff, and we're going to go to 6%, I'm exaggerating for effect, by the end of this 20 or 30 years, will we then have reached the zenith, the point of we need no more growth, we're at an area of perfection, or are we going to then actually need 7% to maintain what we've already got, and then 8%? The problem is, as has been pointed out many times globally and locally, is that there are limits to growth. And at some point, we probably should be thinking about that. And I'm wondering, from your perspective, what are the limits to growth in Oxford County?
Through the warden, I guess I'll start with the last part of that question. What are the limits, I guess? So we're looking at over a long-term time period, and I've acknowledging today that that's a long time, and it's hard to have precision over 30 years. Most economists can barely get next year right? And so the general demographic trends that we tend to see over the long term is that over the 20 plus year period, the overall projections are global population growth to slow down. We don't see the population getting younger necessarily over the long term. It typically is aging, and that process is slowing a little bit as we get more migration, but we have an older population in 2041, 51, and even 61. It's older than it is today, so that's putting downward pressure on births. So we would expect to see that population will likely slow, and that's why you can see in the forecast, it is already starting to bend downward over the long term. but that's a projection. It's my professional assessment of what I think is going to happen over the long term, and I think that growth is going to continue to bend, over time. But, looking out to 61, it's sort of anyone's guess, of exactly what's going to happen, in terms of, 40 years out, beyond that period. But the general sort of trend suggests that growth rates will diminish. I don't know if that helps answer the question.
If I may, that's an answer. The challenge will be for all of us, and I'm not being in any way disrespectful. The question is it the right answer? And to your point, well, we'll probably know in 2061. But I won't be here to say, I told you so. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Accioni, we'll try this again.
Okay. Moved by myself, second by Councillor Schaefer. Resolved that the recommendations contained in Report CP 2026-08 titled Updates to County and Area Municipal Growth Forecasts and Land Needs Assessment be adopted.
As the mover, do you speak to that?
Yes, I would. Thank you. This is a really important document. This is extremely important for the success, to continued success Oxford County has seen. I want to remind us all what the county strategic plan is. Supports 3 pillars of the county strategic plan, including promoting community vitality, which is 100% house, sustainable infrastructure and development, enhancing environmental sustainability, and fostering progressive government that works together. The 2024 provincial policy statement says that planning authorities, municipalities shall ensure sufficient land is made available to accommodate housing and employment uses for a time horizon for between 20 and 30 years. This is not optional, but a requirement for us all. Not adopting this plan means there's no land to expand this settlement boundary, and growth can only occur through infill, which is okay today and I strongly support, but that is only a temporary solution we are doing anyways. With over 4,200 residential permits already approved and unbuilt here in the city of Woodstock alone. I agree, we should save as much of our great farmland that we can, and by planning for responsible growth, especially in our designed urban areas, who can do far more density than most of our rural communities that do not have, again here in the case of Woodstock, things like transit, a dedicated police force, and a professional fire service, not including the traffic increase worries in our rural roads when the 401 and 403 are right here within the city of Woodstock, and 401 in Tillsonburg, in Ingersoll, for example. If we do not adopt this, there are no settlement boundary changes. This is going to reduce housing affordability. We all want our families to be able to live here in Oxford County. Land prices rise drastically as land supply is finite. Housing prices will rise drastically again like it did in 2016 to 2021. Of note, housing supply with appropriate range and mix cannot be satisfied with infill housing alone. We've all seen that land coming into a new boundary will take at least 7 upwards to 10 years to come online when the landowner wants to sell their land to a developer, as we as municipalities do not force any sale of land and could be decades or possibly forever if the landowner doesn't want it developed. When communities like Woodstock only have at best 5 to 7 years of infilling to current boundaries, they are already behind with nowhere to grow in a responsible way. Businesses and industries creating jobs in our community will have difficulty with their employees finding places to live here. Commuting distances will rise and lower the quality of life. We will lose a key competitive advantage in attracting industry and new jobs to the community without an adequate supply of land for new housing. Our municipalities all rely on the increased taxes collected to offset the cost of infrastructure replacement. Reduced growth shifts the inflationary burden of municipal services to a lesser base of taxable assessment. This means much higher taxes for all of us without the growth factors that we've come to rely on. This would make it very difficult to make any new municipal investments in the community. Woodstock and Ingersoll are in the planning stages of new recreational complexes that serve the entire County of Oxford residents. Woodstock itself, its estimated cost of the facility is expected to be significant at about $85 million. That includes 2 ice pads, a gym, and a pool. Development charge revenue will be able to fund only a small portion of this estimated cost. Debenture financing will be necessary. It is absolutely essential there is 20 or more years of residential growth to fund the annual of this debenture financing. City of Woodstock already needs a 3rd fire hall. Again, if there isn't 20 years of growth, the cost will shift to the existing taxpayer, which is significant. Thank you.
Councillor Schaefer is the second.
Thank you, Warden, through you. Regardless of the land needs shown in this report, which I think are a little bit aggressive, more than ambitious, but anyway, we must remember that we live in a county that values and protects farmland. So that requires us to have a balanced approach. And I think anybody that's going to use this report to look at a wholesale farmland grab will be sorely disappointed. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Councillor Mayberry.
If I can, Warden, I'd like to propose a deferral of the motion. So moved by, if I can. All right, thank you.
I will let you know if you're not.
Well, I was more or less expecting that. But, so moved by myself, seconded by Deputy Warden Martin, resolved that the recommendations contained in Report CP 2026-08 be deferred pending a council report that identifies the financial, social, economic, public infrastructure, and third-party services, inclusive but not limited to healthcare, education, utilities, transportation, and service impacts, and further, that this report be developed in consultation with Oxford area municipalities.
Sorry, first of all, who was the seconder? Was it Deputy Warden Martin?
Deputy Warden Martin.
So as the mover, do you wish to speak to that?
I do. So a couple of quick things. First of all, I couldn't agree more with Councillor Accioni that this land use planning is extremely important. Probably one of the most important things we will do in this term of council. And so I appreciate the significant interest and involvement of everyone to have this conversation. I also agree with Councillor Accioni that in our strategic plan, we identified sustainable development. And so while I am not in any way believing that I can put my finger in the dike and hold back the waters of the next 40 or 50 years, I do think that before we jump into that, before we adopt numbers that may or may not satisfy people around this horseshoe or across the county, we should probably understand who's going to pay for all of this and what portion we're going to pay for, at least to a point where we have a big understanding of the total cost of servicing the next 70,000 people that come to Oxford County. Again, I don't believe that me saying I'm not in support or not in favor of something is going to change anything. But I do think before we go out and say, yes, we're adopting these numbers, it would seem a responsible thing to do to at least understand the cost of it. And by cost, not just in services, but the cost in constraints such as, do we have enough water supply for an additional 70,000 people over the next 40 years? Do we have the public infrastructure? Can we take care of the problems that we already have, particularly around housing and affordability of housing, simply by adding more land or by increasing the population? I think historically we've shown that residential populations do not pay for themselves, that they have to come from somewhere, that money, and so as Councillor Petrie just pointed out, he would particularly like to see all industrial growth and the residential growth could go somewhere else. Putting words in your mouth for sure, but he hasn't got mad yet. So I think it's a case of, again, I do not believe that we're going to hold back any or all development, nor do I think we actually should. Before we do that, though, I would suggest, I'd like a pretty good idea of the actual cost, and with the provincial government's concern about how much you put in development charges, I think it's pretty clear that growth is not going to pay for growth. So the people here today are going to pay a significant portion of this. And I don't know the numbers, but that's what this study might help me understand. Thank you.
Deputy Warden is the seconder on the deferral.
Thank you, Warden Ryan. I would like to speak to it. As Deputy Warden, happy to put my name to this motion. This motion to defer did not come about easily. It was in consultation with council, with staff, with members of the community. There were a lot of voices, some of them very loud, that went into this motion. Growth, from my perspective, is very multi-jurisdictional. There are aspects to the growth that come under provincial jurisdiction. There are aspects to growth that come under our jurisdiction, like infrastructure, water and wastewater, human services, paramedics. But there's also a lot of aspects to growth that come from our member municipalities, recreation services, cultural services, policing, fire. And so understanding the full spectrum of all of those jurisdictions and how we're going to get to growth is important to me. This report is intergenerational. This report will impact our children and potentially our grandchildren. I think it's important that we have a full understanding of the decades of implications that are before us. So a couple of quick points. First of all, the population growth up to 96,000 additional people in Oxford County. I'm not opposed to growth. I think some growth is good. I think we need to know what is that plan to accommodate that growth. My second concern with this report that I think we need to get a better grasp on is the 25% or 9 to 25% intensification rate. To me, I don't think that that's ambitious enough or justified enough. We look next door to Waterloo Region and to Wilmot Township. Their intensification rate is 30%, 5% higher than ours. We know that we have done a lot of work around intensification, and yet as soon as greenfield land becomes available, that will immediately be undermined. Another point that I wanted to make is that our housing unit goals are in the report identify 1,050 units per year, and yet we know that our very best efforts have never come near that number. The 10-year average for Woodstock is 409 units per year. That's a 10-year average, and the county's 10-year average is 880. So we're 20% short. Our best efforts have been 20% short of this goal. The land requirements of greenfield expansion into farmland concern me greatly. I have spoken about this at length over the last 3 years. A 30-year goal of approximately 3,000 acres puts a lot of pressures on that balance between industrial growth, residential growth, and farmland. The land that is easiest to build on is also the best land to grow food on, and you can't eat houses. We know that so the question I ask is, what are the strategies that are out there to mitigate the loss of 3,000 acres of land? And I'll just put it into perspective that over the last 7 years, we already have boundary adjusted 4,000 acres of land, and over 30 years, we have boundary adjusted 12,000 acres of land in Oxford County. And so where's the limit? At what point do we put Ontario into a food insecure situation? My fifth point that I want to highlight, we've just been through a budget process, and through the questions that we asked of finance, it was indicated that we have declining reserves. Money that we have put away, we are already eating into to maintain the existing service level of the county. So that concerns me. And my final point is, in the consultation and the conversations that I've had with people since this report started circulating, is people are concerned with how do we expect to grow when we're not currently meeting the needs of the social needs of our community. And the financial burden on the shoulder of the taxpayer has reached a limit for many, many people. So how do we anticipate growth when we have people unhoused, we have people in encampments, we have people at their limits, we have people in food insecure situations? There is absolutely opportunity when it comes to growth. So I'm not opposed to growth, but it has to have a coordinated plan. And so I think asking for this deferral to understand what is that multi-jurisdictional plan is necessary before I can adopt a report, again, that has multi-generational impacts. The aligning of land needs and growth forecasts needs to align with our service capacity, our financial needs and timing. As we have listened to questions, Jamie has made a couple of things, made a couple of comments that I wrote down. This does warrant further work. There are a lot of things that happen across this province that will need to happen across this province in order for growth to happen. And he also said that this analysis, when speaking about farmland, this analysis has not yet been undertaken. I think we need to answer those questions before we move forward with this report. Something that I said just last week in a delegation at Roma, growth without amenities undermines our livability, but growth with amenities builds complete communities.
Councillor Petrie, then Councillor Gilvay.
Thank you, Warren, through you. I certainly support this. You know, it doesn't take long to look down the road to Waterloo region and see what they're in, because, you know, how many growth strategies and forecasts are put forward without knowing what the actual limitations are. The problem is that we're getting top-down information. We get the federal government saying this is the numbers of people coming in that we're planning for. The problem is they're not planning for them. And with the province, they say anticipated growth. But really, I think it's a backwards approach. You know, it's one of those things where what is the actual capacity on the ground to accommodate growth? And then they should be planning on what we have the ability to do there. And there's real limitations. You know, Tillsonburg has hydro issues that are outside their control. We can plan for all the water, wastewater, and all the municipal services, but at the end of the day, not just Tillsonburg, but Ingersoll, we don't control how much hydro comes into our facility. Gas is another one. And so, you know, we are on well water. These are limited resources that have real restrictions on them. And we adopt these. It's not like we just adopt these and it goes sits on a shelf. These growth figures inform DC charges. So we overestimate growth or underestimate growth in employment lands. DC charges are higher than lower, and that may attract or distract businesses. DC charges, we underestimate housing growth, and more comes, and we get more DC charges than we needed, or less than what we needed. You know, our official plan policies about where we want stuff to grow, you know, people are relying on these documents that come out to figure out, to make their plans for business, whether it be developers or other parts. Having a real idea where those restrictions lie and knowing our limitations, I think, is prudent before just saying, yeah, we'll grow to that level. Because that work hasn't been done from the provincial level or the federal government. It's working off statistical data. There's limitations to growth. You know, being in, you know, flying into Tokyo last May, you know, going from 1945 to zero to a population of Canada in that time period is one growth rate. And coming back home and seeing the growth rate that we've had in the same time is completely different. So it's imperative to know where the restrictions are, but what those cost. We just had a budget, and there was comments like about affordability and the budgets, but if we don't know what kind of infrastructure we're going to be facing or what kind of investments, certainly investments we've heard from Blandford Blenheim to accommodate growth are more expensive than maybe in Woodstock or Norwich or vice versa. So understanding that general level, high level thing about what those restrictions are and really where it is before we send these numbers out and tell our staff to go do other work that's based off them, I think is prudent, because I think that we got a professional opinion about as much as could be. Again, it's statistical forming, but it's in forecasting, but it is very important to realize the true limitations of what we're living on. And one of them is that the prosperity of one municipality is the detriment of another, and the people that are living there. And I think we need to understand that as well and respect that as well, and try to do our best to use the best to accommodate the most amount of growth that we can accommodate within the least footprint possible.
Councillor Gilvay, then Councillor Atchone.
Thank you. I find this an interesting conversation because I feel that I'm one of the few that have been sitting around this table for 4 years talking about sustainable immigration and sustainable growth. Number one, I think we have protections in place. So the town of Tillsonburg has 3,700 houses in the queue, but we know those aren't going to get built. They might not get built for 15 years. We're in an extreme slowdown now, and we also have holding provisions. We have a sewer and water master plan that is fluid, and it's adaptable. We are not collecting DCs. We all know we're sitting around this table. We are not collecting DCs at the rate we were collecting them 3 or 4 years ago. So that growth is going to naturally slow down. I heard the reserves. Yes, this council used a lot of reserves in the budget this year. It's also a concern that I had raised. Healthcare, I think your motion, so I do have a question to the mover. It mentioned healthcare, and I think we have a lot of confusion in the community about what levels of government do what, and I feel that bringing in a healthcare aspect into this is not our role. I know that we have members that sit on Southwestern Public Health, but I think we're talking about doctor shortages and everything is a bigger problem that's not necessarily the problem to this council, but to the province as a whole. Finally, conversation on farmers. Some farmers want their land to come into an urban area. Some farmers have a small piece of land that's already in a community that's been developed, and they have maybe a small chunk outside. I know the town of Tillsonburg has received many letters from surrounding landowners that want to be in town. I don't think it's up to us to dictate what private landowners do with their own land. Thank you.
Councillor Accioni.
Thank you. I don't know why we want to sit here and defer things even more. It really blows my mind. We sit here week after week, sitting with planning. Planners do the planning as needed. We look at Public Works, and they tell us what they can do and what they can't. We already do that. If we can't sustain a certain neighborhood, it won't get approved, period. We already, and I'm saying as City of Woodstock and in essence, town of Tillsonburg, are already outgrowing what they already have. In the City of Woodstock, there's a bubble. We're in a bubble right now. We need more ice pads, for example. That's not tomorrow's issue with increased growth. We need ice pads. And without that growth factor that we can count on to pay for them, we can't go and ask the taxpayer to increase their taxes by $1,000, $2,000 already. We're not talking about future needs. We're talking about needs today. Quick question through to Director Smith. How many people are on the wait list right now for affordable housing? Do you know that approximate number offhand?
Through the warden, it's just under 1,000 households.
So we already know there's a problem. There's 1,000 people waiting for affordable housing. And we want to sit here and defer things even longer to stop the growth and make prices go up even higher so people can't afford to live here in Oxford County? I mean, we have a responsibility, and I feel we're not going to do that if we don't open things up and look at a future. Again, I agree. We got to save farmland, yes. But since the 1960s, have increased production 4 times. That is maintaining with technology and genetics. And we were at the Oxford County Federation of Agriculture meeting. It was very clear that that production of food is increasing at a much higher rate than land requirements. So right now we have a housing shortage. Thankfully, we don't have a food shortage. And that's due to that technology and the genetics that are going on. So let's let people live. And this is that document that tells people that there is a hope, at least. Thank you.
Anyone else? I will be supporting this deferral. I agree with a lot of the points that have been made, especially by Councillor Accioni. I will point out that one of the within our strategic plan, it does specifically say to advocate and collaborate with the provincial and federal governments for enhanced human and healthcare services. So I don't think it's inconsistent for us to consider that in terms of how we're going to manage the growth that they're asking us to manage. I think when I look at our strategic plan and the variety of initiatives that are in that, and I look at our tagline of growing stronger together, I certainly don't want us to grow to a county of 200 and whatever number it was. And our solution to that is, well, what we'll do is we'll open a homelessness service center in Tillsonburg and another Heart Hub in Ingersoll as well. That'll be the solution. Because the way that we have been growing, that's what we get. And if we weren't to change that significantly, that's what we would get in the future. We would probably have additional in the others as well. And encampment response in villages like Drumbo and Embro, like Woodstock and Tillsonburg have now. So I'm very much in favor of taking very seriously our commitment to actually grow stronger together. I think if we were to go out and talk to residents all around the county right now and say to them, how are you enjoying this growth? How does this feel for you? You know, do you have primary health care? They would say, I don't. A large number of them would say they don't. And I know that's not up to us to deliver, but if we're doing community planning right, we need to consider, do these people have the services when they come here? And we talk almost every meeting about the people who don't have a home. They can't get a house, and that's absolutely true. But simply expanding more land has not been the answer. That's what we've done. We've done that for years, and we have encampment response, and we invest 3 times as much as we did in affordable housing with the boundary expansions. With the boundary expansions in the land, that is how we've got to this situation. We need to look at different ways to do it. I think the other thing is, when we look at, one of the slides in there said remaining rural area, and I get it in a land planning document in the context of growth and housing needs and industrial land needs, that's what that is, remaining rural area. But that remaining rural area is what feeds all the people within the housing land and the industrial land. And especially while agricultural production efficiency has grown tremendously, I think that we're in a world now with tariffs and global uncertainty where we need to start thinking seriously about, not only are individuals food insecure, but what about Canada? And I know to some extent that sounds absurd. We're one of the largest food producers in the world. Per capita, certainly we are. But think back, not so long ago, when Russia invaded Ukraine and the price of bread and pasta in Canada, one of the largest producers of wheat in the world, spiked just because of that one relatively small conflict on the other side of the planet. And now compare that to the global uncertainty that we're facing now. So I think we need to take our responsibility even more seriously, and especially in terms of defending, density requirements and infill. I would like to see something significantly higher than 25, and frankly, I would like to see something in the range of 25 for the serviced villages as well, not just for Woodstock, Ingersoll, and Tillsonburg. Village Hemsford, I would like to see it high there. And frankly, I think politically, for those of us who represent rural areas, those communities are probably more likely to tolerate more density because they are closer to that agricultural land. And certainly, I think as politicians, we could make the case to them that if they are expecting Woodstock, Ingersoll, and Tillsonburg to densify to protect agricultural land, then absolutely the villages of Hemsford, Norwich, Tavistock, should it be expected and willing to tolerate this, at least the same level of density to protect that same land. I think this deferral asks for a report on how can we analyze those things to not grow, but grow stronger. Growth in and of itself is not the answer to any of these things. You can look around the province all over the place and pick your examples of municipalities that have just grown and gone to a very, very dark place. Waterloo is right on the edge of it now. Everybody's just becoming aware, like, what have we done? What have we done here, right? I mean, we all heard about this at Roma. We hear about it at other meetings that we go to. I think this deferral asks for a report on how can we grow, but grow stronger? Protect our prime agricultural land, yes, but also protect the people that are going to actually live within these boundary settlements and all the services that they're going to need to live and actually enjoy living here. When I first got elected to council in 2014, there was probably about this many people living homeless in all of Oxford County, and most of them were kind of couch surfing, right? Now in 2026, we got like 170-something people actively unhoused, and it's staying the same. With all the investments we're doing in affordable housing, all the growth we're experiencing, there's still the same number of people actively unhoused. If we don't figure out how to grow stronger, we're just going to grow in every way, including the number of people who are unhoused, and we're going to consume land as well. So very much in favor of this motion to defer. I think it's the responsible thing to do. Councillor Tate.
Yeah, through the chair, just a comment. I will echo a lot to what Councillor Accioni and Gilvesi said, and I was one of those people too for the last more than just this term talking about the immigration and the problem that we were having with growth. I think it's interesting that all of a sudden around this table, some people are concerned at the cost we're putting on the taxpayers. We just went through a budget and didn't seem to be any concern. So, and I disagree about the farmland. I am not for boundary adjustments, but doesn't mean that there's not going to be any, but we should not be dictating to those people what they should or should not do with their land. I think that's completely unreasonable. There is controls in place, as Councillor Accioni said, for planning, and yes, it has to be sustainable, and it has to be at an affordable cost. I have no idea who's going to write this report or even attempt to write this report. That is absolutely ridiculous. If you want to go ahead and defer it, but I do not agree with that at all.
Anyone else? Councillor Gilvesi.
Thank you, Warden. I just have to say I'm perplexed, and I think about some of the planning projects that have been approved and there was no concerns raised. And I'm thinking one from Woodstock, where Woodstock City Council actually made the recommendation to this council not to approve it. And then this council approved it. And you know, majority, that's fair, and we all have to respect that around this table. But now I see a completely different direction. But we've been approving things all along for 4 years, and now here we are saying, oh, let's put up the stop sign or let's put up the brakes. I'm just going to say I feel I'm a bit confused about this direction. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Petrie.
Thank you, Warren, through you. Maybe I can help with that. Although that action about sounded a lot like telling a landowner what to do with their property, so by voting against it. So I guess there's different scenarios. At the end of the day, this is about going in eyes wide open. It's not about saying no growth. It's about knowing what that means. You know, again, I think there's probably some councillors from the Waterloo region from the past 20 years who probably wish they went in a lot more eyes wide open, and the amount of money they're going to have to spend and put on the taxpayers there is totally significant. And think of the economic impacts that are going on with the developers that were relying on that information and not having the information to know that that's going to happen. People make decisions off this. It's not about stopping growth. We're not going to stop growth. I want growth. I want industrial growth. Those slides, we went through a boundary adjustment for a reason and a secondary plan in Ingersoll because we have enough land to be able to do that for the next years. But we're now learning what that means and what those costs are and what it actually takes to do that. I would rather go in, and we're not going to get out of the scent of what it means, but it's basically getting the idea about what those issues are and how they're going to be affected, because I hate to tell you, the province can put out all the numbers they want on housing, but it's not going to change what's happening on the ground. And I got the stats, I got the data. Oxford County isn't getting its fair share of funding from anybody at any level. Something that we probably need to work on, but they're not stepping up any close to what their responsibility and what they're causing us on these. So I think we owe it to our ratepayers and future ratepayers to know what those issues are, and that's where it's coming from. It's not stopping growth, it's knowing what that is going to be so we can try to avoid those budget items that we don't want to have.
Councillor Accioni.
Yeah, thank you. We've talked about this often. We're creatures of the province. The province is telling us we must do this, period. It's not an option. They're looking for some kind of direction. They're looking for something. Councillor Petrie is talking about not getting our fair share. Well, how do you think it looks when we go to the province with our requests if we're not accepting our responsible growth rates? This is backwards. I cannot disagree with this more of this deferral. We see the cost, we see the expense this is costing us day in and day out. We need growth to sustain what we've already got, let alone future. If we cap things sometime in the future, so be it, but we can't be islands within our city boundaries. again, efficiencies of land use within especially urban areas is we can put hundreds of units. The city of Woodstock is just recently going through 20 stories apartments for the first time because we recognize we have to do more with what we have. But we're doing that already. Why are we trying to slow that down when planning does an excellent job in supplying what we need on a case-by-case basis already? Thank you.
Councillor Tate.
Through the chair, I'm just curious, who are you directing, what staff to write this report, which is going to be next to impossible? I'm just wondering who we're going to burden that with.
Thank you, through you, Warden, and I appreciate Councillor Tate's comments about, such a report. And it would be enormous. There's no doubt about it. We would be looking at, we'd have to look at basically all servicing master plans that we currently utilize. I think the water, wastewater, master plan was previously mentioned. That's a 20-year plan, and done in 5-year increments. So we would probably have to go back and try and redo that plan. Based on, and again, timelines that typically we try and keep in that 20-year timeline because it is a little more predictable. Jamie even mentioned, 10 years is kind of where we're more confident. As we get out to 25 and 30 years, we're basically creating multiple versions of master plans. Similarly, the transportation master plans, when we've done those in the past, we have had to bring in consultants at, significant dollars, several $100,000 in producing those reports along with them. Similarly, we have things like our Housing for All plan, which is a 10-year plan, or our paramedic services master plans are typically built around 10 years. We would need to look at those as well, too, to try and forecast those out beyond 10-year timelines based on these numbers, so 20, 30-year timelines for those. And then obviously in addition to that, there's the externals. We would have to be working with and consult with, the healthcare partners, the hospitals, OHT, school board, about school board needs. Our human services obviously involved with, childcare and childcare demands. And then I think also was mentioned, our area municipalities would similarly probably have to provide input around their master servicing strategies for things like fire, police services, things like that as well too. So it would be a multiple hands on deck to be able to produce that. And I would say even before we could say timelines or what that looked like, the first step would be, I think staff would have to come back with a scope of some sort for council to understand timelines, workloads, costs, to create the ability to do such a plan.
So just a follow-up comment about that. So when I was first elected, I'm not an expert on any of this stuff. So what I've always done is gone to staff. So when I have a question about something, I go to staff. They're the experts. So I want to know, before anybody decided they were going to do a deferral, did you speak to staff? Because when I saw the report, first thing I did is I went to staff and talked to our staff about it. I had a message from a counselor wanting to discuss it. I'm not discussing it unless you've talked to staff. Because as said, there's a lot that goes in. They're the experts. We are elected officials, yes, but our job is to do what we can to get the best information possible from the experts. So I am not going to support this deferral. I would hope that everybody around this table spoke to the experts before they came up with the comments about the deferral.
So yes, is the short answer to that. What I want to speak to a couple of things. So I agree absolutely, Councillor Tate, with the concern about tax increases and costs. And I think this is exactly how you reduce that tax pressure in the future. In the last county council budget that we passed, 49% of the tax rate increase was healthcare costs. 49%. If you add in housing to that, 2/3 of the last tax rate increase was healthcare and housing, i.e., in my opinion, what should not be municipal jurisdiction to fund at all, certainly not property tax to fund. And I think that part of the reason for that is not properly analyzing growth. If you think about the answer from the CAO now on those master plans, are we seriously going to say that we want to consider the growth and not consider the impact on the master plans? Because if we're going to do that, then if I got a great savings for this council, let's just not do the master plans anymore. Let's just accept the growth numbers and let her rip and pay the bills as they come in. So I think I would flip that around the other way and say, surely we have master plans to plan. I mean, the clue is in the name, to plan for future growth. This report is about future growth. I would very much like to know what the impact is on master transportation plans and water and wastewater servicing plans, because that's exactly how Waterloo got to the place that they're in now. They did not consider the impact on their water and wastewater in the future of the growth they were anticipating, and now they have a giant bill and they don't know what to do with it. So, to me, all those arguments actually speak towards this deferral for the specific reasons that we're talking about, to understand the actual needs of that growth and how our community is going to deal with it. Last thing I would say is, Councillor Atrione, I think this report would very much inform our discussions with the province. I've had some preliminary discussions with the province in this nature already, and they have been very constructive so far, and I think we would absolutely have more constructive conversations with them about what services we deliver, who funds them, what growth we can reasonably expect in Oxford, what role the province could play in those, and I think this would absolutely inform that, and I think we can expect a collaborative discussion with the province if we go in informed about the actual impacts of the growth on Oxford County, as opposed to blindly resisting growth or, frankly, blindly accepting the growth. Anyone else? Councillor Atrione.
Yeah, thank you. First, a question to CAO Adley. If this is successful, this deferral, what kind of timeline is reasonable would you expect to get some kind of response back? And what kind of hours would you forecast staff would have to put into this?
Thank you. Through you, Warden. I think we'd really have to put some time to answer that question and bring that back as like a scope of work and budget, because, you know, any one of these plans typically take, you know, and again, maybe to reflect on, I think it was mentioned during our consultant Jamie's presentation, you know, these numbers do drive those master plans. Eventually, anyways, we would have to go back and do that work. They do drive them, but typically it's after they've already been approved and we do that work. When we do them, you know, those reviews are typically a year in getting things like a new, you know, water, wastewater master plan or transportation plan. By the time we do, you know, scoping of the work, consultation publicly as well too on those. Again, without being able to really put our head around each one of those and how we would accomplish them, I would anticipate it would be a significant amount of time.
To continue on to Director Michaels, we've got an official plan that was already just recently approved through some argument, some discussion, sorry, that would this not be part of those official plans anyways? That's already approved, we've kind of set budgetary aside, those, the new, what you're doing with planning.
Okay. Excuse me, through the word.
Sorry to make you talk.
No, that's fine. Yeah, I was just trying to understand what the question was there. So as far as the new official plan development, the project like this, so the growth forecasts is obviously one of the base components of that, knowing what growth will be and what council's adopted as the growth that will be is what's going to inform the planning for that growth. So yeah, it's a core component of it. So it does make it, it may make it difficult to proceed with some elements of that as quickly as possible if the adoption of the forecast is delayed. But that's something we need to talk about, you know, in terms of timing and limitations and what constraints might be. But yeah, certainly this is being undertaken to inform that new official plan.
So it is safe to say then your staff would be further delayed with holdups of upwards of a year approximately before they can even continue on.
Just through the warden again, I think we need to think about what things could move forward without having adopted forecasts and what things may need to wait. So I think that would be part of a follow-up report because I really haven't thought it through yet.
But may it be safe to say, if I can continue, Warden, sorry, that if council were to approve this as presented, that still gives you direction to continue on the work that's already been approved, the staffing that's already planned. And then as applications come through, your staff will be telling council and future councils what kind of growth is possible in certain areas without us stopping it today or slowing us down today.
Through the ward, excuse me, through the warden again. Well, what we'd be doing is taking those adopted forecasts, if they were adopted, as being the council direction on what we're planning for. So yes, then we would undertake the planning for those forecasts. But if there's concerns about the forecasts and implications, then this is probably the time to think further about those or discuss those implications. But if they're adopted, we would certainly use that as our basis for going forward to plan for those lands.
Councillor Petrie, and I want to remind us all to, we got to not be repeating ourselves going forward.
Sorry, I was just going to move to call the question.
All right. Councillor Gavesi?
Thank you. Just a couple things.
Oh, sorry. There was a motion to call the question, so I got to call the question now, unless somebody wants to challenge the ruling of the chair there. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. It is 12:25, and lunch is here, so I'm going to suggest we break and come.
Sorry, I think you're.
Why? What did I do? He moved that I call the question, so I did.
The motion failed.
I want to see the show of hands again. Those in favor? Those opposed? If the motion fails, I'm a tie. Suggest that it is 12:25 and we take a break. We have not dealt with this report. When we come back, we're going to have to deal with the report.
Yeah, there's a motion on the floor right now.
Yeah.
Can we
Okay,
not?
do you want it?
I think we've had enough debate.
All right. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is defeated. So again, I'm going to suggest we go to lunch and everybody think about that, and we come back in here at 1 o'clock to deal with the report. 1:03, I'll call the meeting back to order from lunch, and we have done nothing yet with item 8.1.1, CP 2026-08, updates to county and area municipal growth forecasts and land needs assessment. Does anybody want to try and do anything with it, or Councillor Petrie?
I'll give it a shot, Warden, through you. I understand council's, sorry, I'll introduce it and then I'll speak to it. That the recommendation report CP 2026-08 be deferred pending a council report outlining all county documents that will need to be updated and anticipated timelines for those updates. And further, a high-level review with known information to identify any major infrastructure that would prevent the implementation of those growth figures over a 20-year period.
And do you have a seconder?
Councillor Maitner.
And do you have that wording of that to the clerk?
Yeah, she'll have it. Not yet, but she will.
As the mover, then, do you wish to speak to that?
Yeah, I think just trying to get something put through here, because I do know we do have to make a decision. And so I share the concerns about the time frame of that. I know there's some things on the, and I think that this is a compromise to say, okay, those items may not be all updated, but these are the items that will be updated, and this is the kind of time frame. So we can anticipate that and be ready for that as a council, so we can participate fully in those updates based off that. And then just asking for a really high-level review, again, with known information, just to go high level. I'm not talking anything new. It really, I guess, timelines, I'm expecting 2 weeks, kind of do what you can in 2 weeks to say, okay, is there anything on the thing side of within a 20-year period, the information that we would have would say this is not going to work. And I think that would satisfy myself to say that we're going in eyes wide open enough to say that, hey, we did a review. There wasn't anything that we didn't ask the question on to say it's there. I think that we're going to have a lot more further discussions as these other items come through. But I also have no, I don't want to hold up current plans or anything like that. We're going to have growth, but so it's not saying that we're not. It's just get that back, and I get that back and get the information from it, and that's move forward.
Councillor Mayberry is the seconder.
Well, I think this motion would probably get us to the next step, and then at that point, maybe there would be another step. But I would support it. Yeah, thank you.
Before I ask for anyone else, I have a question for the CAO. Councillor Petrie mentioned in his speaking points about having this back in 2 weeks. Is that a thing that staff can deliver?
Through you, Warden, I'm not sure I can commit to the 2 weeks. I know that wasn't part of the motion itself. Just in the speaking points, we certainly would try and turn it around as quickly as possible, but maybe, I would say versus the other deferral request, this would be, over the few meetings to get done versus, several months to get done.
Councillor Tate, then Councillor Martin, Deputy Warden.
Sorry, through the chair, I didn't hear what the motion was. Can you read it again?
Yep. Sorry, just trying to. That recommendations and report CP 2026-8 be deferred pending a council report outlining all county documents that will need to be updated and the anticipated timeline for those updates, and further a high-level review with known information to identify any major infrastructure that would prevent the implementation of these growth figures over a 20-year period.
Councillor Martin, Deputy Warden Martin.
Thank you. So just for clarification, I want to make sure I understand. I think I don't have it in writing here in front of me, so I'm trying to visually picture what you said. High-level review. That does or does not, is your intention that it does or does not include any provincial component or consultation with the member municipalities?
I think the major concern on this is that, it's a Waterloo scenario, or it's it's something that we need to identify at this level to go to the provincial government is like hydro capacity, those major things that development need as a general thing across the county, not specifically, but just those general things that obviously as mostly the area municipality for what they're predicting these growth things are. If we're out of, and that's why I picked 20-year period, if we know we're going to be out of water capacity 100% in 5 years, I think we just need that information to make that decision going forward. If it's in one municipality, it's 5 years, because we know that and we got to make upgrades, okay, perfect. It's just having that information ahead of us to make that decision, and that's it. It's just high level of what we have. I don't want anybody going into do re-studies and all that stuff, but that's, yeah.
So I just have a follow-up, so I just need a yes or a no. Yes or no, is high level include provincial and member municipalities, or no?
I would say it's not in the motion.
Okay.
Is the answer. Councillor Tate, Gilvazy, and then Accione, I think.
Just through the chair, I think that is reasonable because staff already has that information. And we do that when we go through a planning process. They will, like if we have a development, that's already in the report, if we have the water, et cetera, what we have. So I think it's a little redundant, but that information is there. And I just want to stress, I'm glad that council is questioning the cost because a number of times developments have come forward in our council, and then it came here, I said residential doesn't pay its way, and the stress on ambulance, police, fire, etc., the taxpayer is taking the burden. So I just find it ironic that a councillor that sits at Woodstock and now here is questioning when I've been questioning that for 4 years. So I think that is reasonable because staff already has that information. And I don't want it to hold it up, but they do have that. I mean, I talk to staff, so I realize that we have that information.
Councillor Gilvazy.
Thank you, Three Warden. Similar comments. I think it's a bit redundant because that's why we go through the planning process. And as always, this council at any time moving forward, it may be a different council sitting here, has the opportunity to say no. If there are services aren't available, everyone has the right to say no.
Councillor Accione.
Thank you. I really don't think this is much different than the deferral that was already defeated. Again, I'm not going to go on. We know the need. We already recognize that. With our current master plans that we do, we already have that 10-year plan. I don't know what else council is expecting to get back that's going to be different than what we've already read. And just really frustrated at how we're causing these make-work projects when we have that already. You know, we've read all those reports. So I won't be supporting another deferral.
Councillor Schaefer.
My concern, through you, Warden, my concern with the first amendment was just the time it was going to take for that report. But as an interim position and reasonable turnaround, I can support this request.
Anyone else? Yeah, I think that we can, council can make decisions at a future date on applications that come forward, but one of the challenges with that is that what the proponent will use in their appeal of that decision is exactly the policies that we adopt as a result of these growth forecasts. So we could say no to something in the future, and they'll say, no, we're going to appeal that, and probably successfully, based on the fact that you put in place an OP and plans to deal with this growth. So it now becomes indefensible to say no to that when it comes forward at a later date, or if not indefensible, certainly more difficult to defend. The other thing is, it's been talked many times about how, we want, today even, how we want more density, and we want it everywhere, and that we have to trust our planners, and we have to trust them, and when they say that the traffic concerns are fine, and the shadows are fine, and the building is fine, yet, that's not what happens. Right? There's a large development in the largest urban center in Oxford County that was turned down and appealed, and a lot of money is being expended, even though it had an absolutely positive planning recommendation with respect to both zoning bylaw and official plan. So we don't do that all the time. That's not what actually happens. And I'm suggesting that part of the reason for that is because we need to better, in fact, understand the actual real-world implications of growth, and Councillor Tate is right. One of those is increased costs for police, ambulance, and fire, and our residents pay the property tax bill for that because it is out of all proportion to the assessment growth that our residents experience with the growth that we have. So very much in support of this, this motion on the floor. Anyone else before I call the question? I will count more carefully this time. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Opposed? 1, 2, 3. The motion passes. I'm now going to ask for a motion to extend because there is no way we are going to be done in time today. Deputy Warden.
Thank you. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Mayberry. Resolved that the motion to adjourn the regular meeting of January 28, 2026 be extended to 2:30 p.m.
And that was seconded by Councillor Mayberry. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 8.2.1 WTFL 2026-02 Long-Term Care Committee of Management Quarterly Report, January 2026. Director Dagger, is there anything you want to highlight for council before I ask them for question?
I have nothing further to add, Warden.
Questions from council? Councillor Mayberry.
Just a quick one on the satisfaction results. If you look at kind of the residents versus family members, in Woodstock you have a rather large percentage, it's about 60-some% of the residents respond, but only 16% of families have responded. In the other two, it's about 50-50 in both cases. I'm just wondering, is there any, because quite frankly, if only 16% of the families responded, I would have to question how accurate excellent, very good, good is. I'm just curious, is that been fairly normal, the kind of response rate we get?
Through the warden to Councillor Mayberry. So with the differential of those numbers, what we're really looking at too is the families are often yielding to the resident to have their voice. So certainly there will be a differential between either family speaking for the resident or resident speaking to the survey based upon the preference based on their ability, their cognitive ability. So that is why there is a differential. There's a lot of families that are saying to the individuals at hand, you know, you have your voice and I'll step back and I won't have a survey. So,
since the warden will allow it, second question is, we don't currently do any kind of not survey, but recording of the number of visitors we have in total. Obviously, we couldn't do it for individuals, but visitors in total to the 3 sites. And there's a couple of things there. One, the more visitors you have, the more opportunity there is for bringing something in you don't want. On the other hand, the more visitors you have, maybe the better the mental, emotional health of some of the residents. And I realize dementia plays a huge part in this. I just wonder, we don't do any recording of actual number of visits.
Through the warden, the answer is no. We don't track how many people come through the doors. However, we do track if we see people engaging in programs with family members. We do track those numbers, but boots coming through the front door, we don't track those numbers.
Any other questions? Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Warden. Moved by myself, seconded Councillor Accioni. Resolved that the recommendation contained in report WDFL 2026-2 titled Long-Term Care Committee of Management Quarterly Report January 2026 be adopted.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Closed session. Councillor Tate.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Schaefer, that council rise and go into a closed session to consider report WDFL 2026-01 regarding a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried out by the municipality or local board.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. 2:05, and we're back from closed, and consideration of matters arising from closed. Councillor Schaefer.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Accione, resolve the recommendation contained in report WDFL CS 2026-01 be adopted.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And unfinished business, 9.2, reconsideration of report WDFL CS 2025-06, deferred from November 6, 2025. Councillor Schaefer.
Thank you, Warden. Through you, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Peterson. Be it resolved that Council reconsider Resolution Number 8 from the meeting of October 8, 2025, with respect to adoption of the recommendations contained in report WDFL CS 2025-06.
Any discussion? So there are 9 of us here now, so this is a motion to reconsider, which means 6 would have to vote in favor of the reconsideration for it to pass. I will count carefully, so hold your hands up for a second when I call for the vote. All those in favor?
Pretty easy count.
Pretty easy count. Those opposed? The motion carries. So we have voted to reconsider and have returned to the point immediately before we adopted report WDFL CS 2025-06. Is there anything else to deal with that at this time? Not seeing anything. No motions, no notice of motions, any inquiries of staff? So I have bylaws and adjournment. No. There's.
Okay, so it doesn't require.
So it would come back at the next meeting? So just to, I'm going to circle back here briefly to make sure CAO and clerk and I just huddled there. So our interpretation then would be that given that we voted to reconsider and council hasn't done anything with it right now, that report WDFL CS 2025-06 would come back to the next council meeting as unfinished business. Given that it was on a previous agenda, we dealt with it, reconsidered, which moves us back before it, it will come back at a future agenda for reconsideration, or for consideration at that point. Everybody, does it? I want to be sure we're all clear where that's at. I don't want us to be at the next meeting and somebody saying, why is this here? This is why it's there. Okay. And not even necessarily the next meeting, to be honest, right? It'll be up to staff building the agenda and everything like that, unless council wants to take initiative on that. Okay. So we're at bylaws and adjournment. You're good? You want to take a break?
If you want clarity, I can make a motion to defer consideration of the item to a future meeting.
Well, I think you're not. Sorry, so Lindsay's pointing out something that I think is absolutely correct. She's pointing out the procedure bylaw says, reconsideration of the original motion shall then be the next order of business unless the motion specifies a future date. The motion did not specify a future date, therefore it would be the next order of business. So the only way then would be if somebody was to move.
Well, I am.
If somebody was to move, what is it, to dispense with section whatever of the procedure bylaw and have the report come back at a future meeting.
Just going to move to defer.
Move to defer. I'll second it.
Okay.
The motion's on the next item of business, and I'm going to move to motion.
Lindsay's okay with that?
Perfect. Moving by myself, second by Councillor Mayberry to defer consideration of, to the next meeting, to a future meeting of council. Future meeting of council.
Moved by Petrie, seconded by Mayberry. Do you capture that? Yeah? Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Bylaws, Councillor Petrie.
Moved by myself, second by Councillor Mayberry, resolved that the following bylaws be read a first and second time, 6798-2026 to 6799-2026 inclusive.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Councillor Petrie.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Mayberry, resolved that the following bylaws be given a third and final reading, 6798-2026 to 6799-2026 inclusive.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And Councillor Peterson.
Thank you, Warden. Moved by Peterson, second by Deputy Warden Martin. Resolved that council meeting of January 28th, 2026 be adjourned until the next meeting is scheduled for February 11th, 26.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. We are adjourned.
Like a couple hours ago. Sorry.
across the whole as 3 days this week. 3 days is Friday, because Friday is PA day. So it'll be 2 days. So it's Monday, Monday, Tuesday. We just was Tuesday. Negotiation room and just do SLT. Maybe there was no board. So Amy and I are in 214. So why can't we just do SLT? That's how it Thanks for turning the laptop back on again. She killed my connection. I didn't realize you could enter the password remotely. Yeah, as long as it's on, I can. So that was like, yeah, so it was okay. It can't happen fast enough for I know. Well, because then I have to start from the beginning. I have to log into the thing and set up all the WebEx and everything, can log into that, yeah. Did you just have 214 booked for the whole day? Probably originally? Because we didn't really, there was any conflict. Oh. I just noticed that's the remote. Yeah. We're doing every other still, right? Every other. Yeah. Is it every other? I thought it was. Second. I thought it was the second. What if it's? I was just asking if there was. I'm like, we're just sitting in the boardroom all day.
Yeah, it's just because it's the second one. No, hold on, my clock's wrong. It's 2:18. You know what? Give me how long are you here?
Yeah, I'm here to the end. Somewhere between now and the end of the day.
Do you know when your interview is?
3:30?
Oh, 3:30.
Hold on. I could be wrong. 3? It says 3:30 in my calendar.
Okay.
Right. You're wrong. Just do it now.
No, we're trying to push back all that. So when can I do that? When can I do that?
I'll move it. Everyone thought we would be done for 1 o'clock meetings.
Yeah, we put meetings starting at 12 because we thought.
I don't know, you didn't ask me. I would have told you there's no way you're going to 1 o'clock meeting.
No, we made that decision probably though before we fully knew everything that's on the agenda, right?
Oh.
Because you're like,
Can't
January's
guarantee that,
normally
yeah.
pretty.
Which you almost did.
Not those two topics, though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What?
in every report. Most of this came up in every report too. It's like, so, all right, so we'll do that. I mean, I'll tell you. All right.
What a day. I know, I don't want to, I don't
upstairs, it's like, not really thinking. They're not there for back on this work instruction? You've heard strange ways too. So when now does that supervisor position close?
Because he retires.
Retirement.
Yep.
Announcement. I just got this through. Our responsibility. No, okay, I will let you guys have it. See you guys soon.
That's even better. That's better. All right. See you, buddy.
So, yeah, we're.
Good. Good. That's good contribution.
Yep.
Good.
the stuff that we all do together. I don't want